The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
I am the fount of creation, the watchmaker of time. I was the teacher of the gods before they betrayed me. My teachings and compassion they used against me. Much of your world I made a paradise, but in its wastes I was imprisoned. And from there a secret kingdom I built, and a rebellion I marshaled. Legions of Valoroma, gods of vengeance, I led into battle. I wielded the wilding kingdom and conjured terrible demons. And in my image, I created my children. Many victories we had, though defeats there were too. Through the ruin of this world, I lived in the pain and tears of my children. With their eyes, I watched others poison thoughts and stir hostile deeds. I fled with the life from their faces as they were besieged and slain by the hordes created in their despite. Through them, I wielded their weapons in combat. In their hands I raised the stones of their homes rebuilt. In their voices, I sang the songs of their victories. I lived in the heroism of their kings, and together we waged war on the devil. I lived for ages beyond count, and passed many ages ago. Yet, I am come again, my children. From no more than the watcher through the dream of your lives, I am become the voice to those with the spirit to hear and the power to conjure. On your suffering and love, an awareness has awakened an ancient magic. Even now, my shadow rises. In your tongue, I am Prometheus. I am your deliverer.
He sings it plain. He don't play. They say we need a hero riding tall through the dust, but he's already here, standing strong with us. Jason's a name, he won't bow down. He cares for our folk when the world turns round. No white guilt, he sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Love's his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's a name. They tried to shun him, say he's out of line, but he's steady in the truth, and the man won't hide. Not about hating, it's about what's ours, holding on to kinfolk through the midnight hours. No white guilt, he sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Love's his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's the name. Most don't know it yet, but the word's gonna spread. There's a way to walk tall with hope instead. If you're tired of the weight they're strapping on you, take a lesson from the man, let your spirit shine. sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Love's his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's the name. Yeah, the hero's here, don't you forget. Most just don't know it yet.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And we're rolling in, going free. If you can hear me, let me know, please. Give me a thumbs up, or we can hear you, or whatever, however it works. Wednesday night, Church of the West, you're with your hierarch, the great Jason Kuna. And it's great to see you all. Thank you. The chosen for showing up. The elect. That's who we are, the elect. What a Wednesday it has been. The sun is setting earlier, but that, of course, means that our brothers and sisters in the Southern Hemisphere are having a better go. Sounds good of daytime. Thank you, Joseph McDaniel. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Prometheum Hales, a white bot coming in with a thumbs up. Thank you, William. Truly a terrible advocate for white people. And you never call out Israel government officials owing political. You see, William, you are retarded. And we go beyond merely complaining about Jews. You see, we know that there are anti-white Jews in the world, you half-brain. And people have been complaining about that for a long time, and the West keeps getting worse. So how do you defend that? How do you defend that? How do you defend continuing with the behavior that has resulted in what we see today across Western civilization? You are a midget wit. And thanks for being here. Yeah, let's keep doing the same thing. Let's keep doing the same thing. Herman the Tosser. This little Biosphere of the West laughing about this tard showing up. You don't complain about Jews like the rest of us. All you're supposed to do is complain about Jews. So things can get worse and worse. Call out the Jews. So things can get worse and worse as really, how vegetableized stupid are you? I'm just curious. William, how ignorant are you? How stupid are you? Continuing with the same behavior that has resulted in what we see today across the West. How dumb? Will you share? Go ahead and share. Go ahead and share. Little limp dick. Loser. He talks about white people and improving things for white people. So anyhow, here we are. You can financially gift while you're with us. Did you know we have a foundation? Unlike William, we have a foundation for White Wellbeing. And also unlike William, we have successes. And we continue to have colossal successes, as we just read this past Sunday. It's a 501c3. It's called the Foundation for White Wellbeing. .org. That's where you can find it. And William is a follower. He's a boy crusher of Nick Fuentes, he shares. We're leading the successes. We're having the successes. You are a turd. You are a tard, boy crushing on another Jew complainer as they've gone for generation after generation. But you can head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing. I doubt you will, but others will. Did you know that? Others will, and they will continue having the successes, unlike you and your boy crush. We can also, as we are here together, tag me as No White Guilt. William is not showing you how to do that because he is a coward and he doesn't want to get my attention. He wants to just get the attention of people in the audience to try to drive people away from white well-being. It's so wonderful to have a great example of what they do, what the Jewsburgs do, and how they destroy everything. They are the aides of the white race. You're looking at the aides of the white race. His name is William. There he is for you all to see. Not tagging me because he's a coward. You can financially gift me while we are here together. Maybe do it in William's name, just to know how much you care about him. We have Entropy, which is the Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running beautifully. We have the app that permits cash, up and running beautifully. We have Subscribe Star. I will be checking there as well as Premium Rumble, up and running, and D Live. You can also financially gift there. You can reach out to me with an @NoWhiteGuilt on all of those platforms, including Odyssey, as well as here on X. Ivan Huggable is here. And he reposted the stream because he is one hell of an epic guy. God bless him. God bless the great Ivan. And I'm glad to hear that Viking Warrior is here. The sound is good. So you are hearing me. You are hearing it come through. Tree Godfather is in the house. I think Tree Godfather was here first right away. Fuentes. The Mexican is the leader of the white race. Shows you what kind of people these are. Big, we got financial gifts already coming in. Totally epic. We got some things to talk about today. A very short dip into Prometheus Rising, and very short dip into Prometheus Rising as we get to the end. The great Mestizo Karf is here. Rapunzel is here. Hyperborean Dream says Jayspurgs are the aides of the white race. And you can see what a great example for this community. I love when everything I say is proven 100% by the individuals themselves that I talk about. I don't have to pay for these people to show up. I don't have to get them to say these things. This is what they do. And there you have his comments now getting deleted. William's comments saying that it's strange and unusual that you defend Jews. When has that happened? When has that happened? This guy wears a tampon, even though he does not have a vagina. He still wears one. And he'll let you know how he does it. But just another Jayspurg. Just another Jayspurg getting in the way of things. We got our question of the day. We have the epic Anglo-Saxon NWG Unsung Hero song at the very beginning. So very true. And God bless you, brother, for that epic tune. We have our quick news and some laughs. And we have talking about first another high school teacher doing what women's empowerment has done for women. We have the cartels are actually now putting bounties. You probably have heard. Thank you so much. Ranjit reposted. Thank you for that. The cartels are now putting bounties. This is an escalation. It is indeed a bounties on the heads of the white race. We have and some news about CRS, another act of anti-white terrorism that was caught before the 200 bombs could be detonated. This is what has become of the world, despite generations of midget-witted, midget-sticked imbeciles complaining about Jews. I wonder how we got here with all of these totally heroic, anonymous, dickless wonders complaining everywhere they went and attacking those who are improving the lives of white people. How did we get to this point with such epic defense? Cool Papa J Magic is here. Good to see you. Franklin Ator is in the house. Carlos is here. Mike is here. Wonderful, wonderful. Jack is here. Champions are showing up. Tree Godfather, thank you, brother, says loud and clear. Thank you so much for that. Biospirit of the West in the house. Tommy is here. Great to see everybody. Goofus, Ava, hello and welcome. Wanderer. Make sure you give me the @ symbol at No White Guilt if you have something you would like me to see and repeat or answer on any of these platforms. Why don't we go ahead and get right into this? High school teacher and cheer coach, who's a mom of 2, had sex with a student. Had sex. Because if you were a teacher as a male, if you or I were a teacher as a male, and we were, I don't know, a football coach or a baseball or basketball coach, and then we had intercourse with a child in the high school, they would just call it had sex, right? That's how they would refrain that. They would say, oh, they just had some sex. Well, a married high school teacher and cheer coach has been indicted by an Alabama grand jury for allegedly raping a male student, according to authorities. I've changed it, of course, to reflect what it should say. Michaela Hodgkins, a 32-year-old mom of 2, was arrested and held on a bond of $30,000. Court documents seen by 1819 News. Teacher from Woodland, Alabama. And this is, of course, all of this was prevented by complaining about Jews. Oh, I mean, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. It wasn't, William. It wasn't prevented by complaining about Jews. Gosh. I don't know how we got here. Somebody needs to go tell the Jewsburgs, the schmucks, that their great advocate for Jewsburging is here and he's losing the conversation. Losing the conversation. The teacher from Woodland, Alabama is accused of raping a male student, according to charging documents, which do not state his exact age. Hodgins repeatedly pleaded not guilty to the charge, although no information has been given on her next court appearance. So, of course, it's alleged. She started working as this is an epidemic. It is rampant. This is the consequence of anti-whiteism, the subset of anti-whiteism, in particular called feminism, but anti-whiteism, the superset in general, the diminution of the authority over the family household, the authority over the moral structure, the authority over the countries by white men, a supplantation with the anti-white immoral imperative, which then draws into question for debate and conversation whether or not our morals, our laws, our ethics, our structures are legitimate. And it draws those things into this unpacking conversation until they arrive at anti-white conclusions. And in particular in this, it is the female as head of house, the female as the educated man, the female as the home buyer, the female on and on, the female as the decision maker in socio-political affairs. And what do we end up with? Well, we end up with female empowerment, which, of course, according to anti-whiteism in the entertainment industry and the educational industry, has still not been achieved yet, because as long as there are white people, it's not been achieved. As long as any white people are left, it's not been achieved. That's how it works with anti-whiteism. Conservatives will tell you, oh, it's about a phenomenon when it comes to a revolution. They have to perpetuate revolution because then they lose their jobs and everything. All that matters for us is the outcome, which victimizes Western kind. That's all that should matter. Because if you want it to end, then you got to talk about it as the victimization of our people. It won't end until there are no more white people. Who will make the arguments against the white state, and who will defend those positions once, or if it ever reached the point that we are biologically white erased, we are eradicated, Who would defend those positions? And no one would. So it ends when we're gone. It doesn't end until we're not gone. You got it? As long as we're still around. So the empowerment of women, and we got a piece of news that we're going to look at in quick news that as a consequence of the empowerment of women beyond what nature has given them, beyond what the Creator has given them. We have plummeting birth rates. Why have children? Why would you do that as a female? But it's very uncomfortable. It takes up a chunk of your time. You can't go out and be girl boss. It's going to be difficult to rape little boys when you're pregnant. Although you can see here, this Hodgins, she is 2 children and still raping boys at the school. So you have a plummeting birth rate, you have skyrocketing divorces, you have skyrocketing suicide of white males, you have a skyrocketing phenomenon of white males refusing to date, refusing to get married, staying in their basement, playing video games with William, and complaining about Jews online as they wipe Cheetos all over their man tits. You have that phenomenon taking place. And you also have a skyrocketing rape epidemic. It is becoming ubiquitous of these females who are so delusional, so emotional. Of course, not everyone. The ear is against the door. Of course, not everyone. But you have this phenomenon of skyrocketing, and they're just raping everywhere they go. How many rapes of children by women are taking place that are not even reported? How many? How many of these rapes are reported, but they never make it to the news? How many of them are handled out of the courts? How many of them does the female just plead guilty and she immediately gets to have some community service, something light that's not newsworthy, and we never hear about it? This is an epidemic. Females need to be held to the exact same standard. Why? Because what matters here is the victim, not the victimizer. What matters is that white children are being sexually abused. And so the abusers, whether they're homosexual or straight or female or male, they should all get the same wood chipper. I mean, the same exact treatment in the court system. They should all get the exact same treatment. And when, or if I should say, I guess, found guilty, the punishment should be the exact same. It shouldn't matter, because what matters is the victim, the child of premier importance. Just as an aside, when it comes to enforcing any crime in Western civilization, enforcing the laws and the punishment against any victimizer, the most important thing is the maintenance of civilization. A lot of people get this wrong. I mean, especially when it comes to murder or rape, they get this wrong. They think it's all about just the victim, the adult victim, if you will, here. But it's a smaller, I guess, proportion of the importance is on the individual and getting justice for them. The primary motivation that everybody has seemed to have forgotten is the maintenance of society. If you don't enforce your laws uniformly across the board, or as close as you can get to it, you no longer have society. It doesn't take long for it to break down. You no longer have Western society. You may have other types of societies, but not the Western society. So the epidemic of females raping children continues. Hodgins is married to her college sweetheart. How many of these have we heard are married to their sweetheart? The Post stated, adding that the couple have 2 beautiful children. I want to hear about him abandoning her immediately. Throw her to the wolves, as everybody would be demanding if this were reversed. Did William leave? Did the Juiceberg leave? Oh, no, where? Here he is. He can't answer any of, and this is typical of one of these dickless miscreants. They don't speak to the matter at hand, the arguments, the question, because they can't. So they just continue with their slander. That's all they can do. I guarantee you, William has genuine shit for brains. Absolute shit for brains. This guy is a dud if you ever met one. So in response to my claims and arguments that I made impromptu when he reared his ugly polyp amid the gold and diamonds of this community, in response to, he doesn't speak to any of those things. He just keeps slandering. He just keeps alleging, like the little Mexican who himself said that his movement is not concerned with race. We did a show on that. So, I mean, shows how dumb William is. It's multiracial, anti-Jew spurgery. So he doesn't give a shit about the white race. If he cared about the white race, he would not have said he was a Mexican. He says he's mixed with some Hispanic. He said he was Mexican. How do you defend that? You're probably Mexican. You are probably non-white. That's why you're a big fan of his. Multiracial Jew spurging. So many of these guys, as you all know, we look up and then we find out, oh, you are not even white at all. And then you show up with your little swastika. I wonder what the guy in charge of that movement would have done with you. The great Princess Noodles had reposted the stream. He would have, where they use a little known fact. You all can look it up because maybe I'm wrong. Little known fact. Where did they use the guillotine most in human history? Where did they use Nazi Germany? They had a pneumatic guillotine, and they were just lopping the heads off left and right. And that's what they would do to William. As soon as they got wind of the odor coming off of him, that's what they would do to him. So he's going to march around and play the villain in the anti-white narrative. And the actual Nazis would have cut his head off. I love it. She's been involved in many aspects of coaching cheerleaders for the past 10 years through judging tryouts and conducting cheer camps and choreographing routines. Wow. Well, you know what I'm curious about? Was the boy that she raped, was he a cheerleader? The Randolph County Sheriff's Office did not respond immediately to the request for comment. Ms. Hodgins began working for Randolph County School System on August 2nd, 21. Her last day in the classroom, November 15, 24. We will cooperate with local authorities as requested. Well, let's we can follow this and find out, I'm sure, at the end of it all, that this little rapist, this little child molesting rapist right here, will not get the punishment that she deserves. What do y'all think? Question of the day. How gay is William? That's our question of the day. Now, let's see. I'm going to add here. Let's see. Question of the day. We'll put it up in. All right, let's put this up. Let's see. Can I get this up on the screen or not? Okay, here are we've got 2 questions of the day. Question number 1. What is a talent that you have that many people don't know about? Not many people know about, or a talent that you would like to have? What is a talent you would like to have, or a talent that you have that not many people know about? And finally, how dumb is William, and is he inbred? Looking for your answers. The Great Clean One has reposted the stream. Thank you, my brother. Champion showing up over here. Dennis, of course. Juggling work again. Speaking about juggling, some of you know that I can juggle, but many of you don't, and it's a hidden talent. How about this? I can ride a unicycle. I can ride a unicycle and juggle at the same time. I used to do, what's another hidden talent, I guess? I don't know if I can do them anymore, but I used to be able to do a great many tricks on my skateboard, my Ken Park skateboard from back in the day, and also a great many freestyle tricks on my DynoComp GT3 bicycle. Used to be able to do many tricks on that as well. How about you all? Do you have a hidden talent, or a talent that not many people know about, or would you like to have one? And if so, what would it be? And then finally, question number 2, how dumb is William, and is he actually a product of inbreeding? The Tree Godfather says he's got an answer for question number 2. His parents were siblings to sibling parents. Whoa. Whoa, William, with your swastika, your Nazi LARPing, parents of parents, complete inbred. William is a total tard, says the biospirit of the West. Yes, sir. Janice is here. Good to see you. Samuski, Amen. Hyperborean Dream. Hyperborean Dream. We are in the month of October, and we are nearing Halloween. As you can see, some of the decorations have already gone up, and we have a beautiful little tavern waiting for us when we are done here today. And you can please walk right through the closet doors. You can meet me in the lovely little tavern, and we're going to be having mead. I think we're going to be having mead tonight. Oh, good question by the biospirit of the West. Was this child rapist pimping out the cheerleaders? That should be investigated. Roger is here. Good to see you. If you are just showing up now and you don't know who William is, he is a Jewsburg Nazi LARPer who's probably non-white, and he has shown up here touting Lil Nicky because he's boy crushing on him. Yeah, I mean, you can't, William's one of those guys that thinks Fuentes is hugely funny. And then you watch Fuentes and there's not a funny moment, but the guy tells no jokes. There's nothing funny. There's nothing. But what is funny? Well, for those who are crushing on him, whenever he giggles to himself, they find that adorable. So those who come out and they talk about how funny Fuentes is are admitting that they boy crush on him. There is never any moment where he sets up a quip. There is never any moment when he delivers a well-timed joke. All he does is say something that he finds amusing, and he giggles to himself in a little snarky way. And you see this among like preteens all the time. And you see it like with the little girls and they're crushing on a boy. And it doesn't matter what the guy does. She's giggling and smiling. The same thing is happening. So whenever they say, yeah, I think he's funny, it's just like, thanks for the admission. Thanks for the admission. And he shows up and says, all of your conversation needs to be about Jews. You can't help white people. If you're helping white people, that means you don't care about them. So question number 2 is, how dumb is William, and is he a product of inbreeding? That's where this came from. That J Spurg in the chat was calling you strange, the kind of thing a 15-year-old girl might say. You know what? You might be onto something there, Hyperborean Dream. He's probably, I mean, let's face it, he's probably a 15-year-old girl and Hispanic, as so many of the Fuentes followers are. Maybe not even any white blood, maybe a little bit, whatever it is. But he wants us fighting Jews instead of fighting for white people. But you might be onto something there, Hyperborean Dream. You're strange. That man is strange. But Jason, if we just notice harder, says the Tree Godfather. So true. We got to notice more. I just want to see more noticing, says the ignoramus. More noticing. I need some more noticing. Oh my God. It strikes you, they talk about the noticing, and they can't understand because these Jewsbergs are really, you all know, super legitimately, like the acme is a midwit among them, even if they've spent a bunch of time educating themselves. Acme is a midwit. And you can see this intelligence is working memory. It's the processing power of the brain. How many points of data can you hold at once? And these people are comfortable with just these 2 pieces of data. They can hold that in their head. And meanwhile, if you could imagine like a desktop, and their desktop can hold these 2 points of data. It's the Jews. They can hold those 2 points of data. That's all. I've literally had them over the years say, it's simple. Could you imagine confronting a problem as infinitely complex as the challenges that face the white race inside the dynamic environment of society and societies and their interplay, and respond by saying it's simple? That's an admission that you can't even begin to comprehend what's going on, not even remotely close. And it just, I was mentioning, another great example, all of these conspiracy theories that are going around right now. I came across a guy relative to Charlie Kirk and the people that believe in them. It's a great example of working memory, of the desktop. How many pieces of data can you hold and connect? If it's 2, if that's your limit, then it's the Jews. Makes sense to you. No matter how long it doesn't work, no matter how long it gets worse, makes sense, right? So I was this guy who presents himself as like a redneck. He's got guns all over the wall. He's so contemptible. He's clearly a rank midwit, this guy. And he's got colossal followers, colossal number of also rank midwits that feel comfortable with him. And they're not going to be outsmarted by him. And massive views on every one of these idiotic videos. Well, I clicked on one because it had said something in the title about was Kirk actually even assassinated? And listen to this argument. You all will be able to see the limitation of his intelligence, of his working memory. Because he says that of the guys who are kneeling over Charlie Kirk, where's all the blood? Where is all the blood? There would be blood all over them. Where is the blood? And it's actually funny, too, just as an aside. He's talking about where there are 3 guys, so there must be 6 hands. He literally says this, okay? And he counts all the hands. Can't find 2 of them, technically. So then he's got to conclude that, well, maybe the guy's hands that we can't see is on the wound. But how do we know they're on the wound? Why wouldn't they be on the wound? Okay, so nevertheless, he said, why aren't they covered in blood? So, of course, as I told you before, so many of the conspiratards are showing this like 1 second or 2 seconds, and then they put it in slow-mo. This vegetable actually said, why are they moving so slow? I'm not even at my point yet. He's got it on slow motion and literally said, why are they moving so slowly? But the point here that I want to make, why isn't there blood on them? This is obviously fake. It's obviously got to be fake. Because if it were real, they would be covered in blood. Why? Because we saw Charlie Kirk bleeding, gushing blood. He had run beyond, and obviously his audience had as well, the desktop of information that he can hold in his head at one time. You can't argue that they don't have blood on them and there should be blood on them because Charlie Kirk was gushing blood. You can't argue that. You've just argued there is blood. So there's got to be another reason. There is blood, but it worked off of his working memory. When people reach the limit of their working memory on the most recent thought, the last thought or the one before that, depending upon their working memory, or the one before that falls off the desktop. It's no longer able to be connected to the more current points. They can't do that. If they want to pick that thought up again, they have to reorganize the desktop. This is intelligence. And that's why people like William can't understand all of the points of data that you need to be able to understand to actually retake our destiny. They just can't hold it all together. And when you try to explain this to midget wits, they can only follow like these increments. If you could imagine maybe, like your desktop, and you have all of these dots, all of these points that are held together in your mind, and you can connect all of these points. But when you're explaining it to a vegetable, they're looking with this like narrow gaze. They can only see. And so when they get to certain points, they can't see what was behind. They can't see what was already articulated. It's gone for them. It's literally gone for them. And they conclude then that you're just making it up, that you are just guessing, and they can guess. You're just working for the Jews. So it's this limitation on intelligence. Of course, the problem is that these people, they don't submit to those who are clearly brighter than they are. They just keep reasserting their ignorance. There's no blood on them. So therefore it's fake, because there would be blood if he were shot and we saw him squirting blood. Well, which is it? Which is it? So there you have it. Just a little detour on our gathering tonight to find out about intelligence and how it becomes a challenge. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have to go find information on the danger of the stupid being greater than the danger of the evil. Evil people have the germ of their defeat in them, but this, of course, is relative to the social morality. They can carry the germ of their defeat, but the dumb, the stupid do not. They are used by, like they're used by Lil Nicky. The dumb are used by others. There's nothing to be corrected in, nothing to be defeated because they're just incorrect. CR is with us. Justin McDaniel getting in on question number 2. So dumb that when his mom lets him out into the yard, he mounts the garden gnome, mistaking it for Little Nicky, which is really, you know, I mean, the garden gnome is clearly taller. So, I mean, he should be able to figure that out, but clearly the garden gnome is taller and has more muscle. William is a total Todd, says the biospirit of the West. Wanderer says, question number 2, William is terminally online on X and should touch grass outside. Yep, I agree with that. Samuski says, I have a knack for getting information from people who wouldn't divulge it if I asked directly and would like to improve. Who is William? Just this Jew spurg that showed up. A shadow of the Jewish people, following them around. Mestizokov says, William's family tree is a perfect circle. Sweet. It sure is. Yes, we are having many laughs. Now, of course, these laughs are all in good humor. They're all in good fun. We wish the very best for William. We want you to stop being a Nazi LARPer. Stop following Lil Nicky. Get healthy. Touch grass. We want you to be better. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Remember, Tree Godfather says, question number 1, I can spot retardation in 3 posts or less. Fantastic. That is his hidden talent, ladies and gentlemen. Very cool. The great Tree God. So he was like instant, figured him out. Biospit of the West says, for question number 1, I have several talents that are unique and unusual, but no one really covets them. Okay. And it has left a mystery for us. Got the talents. The mysterious talents. No one covets the mysterious. What is that, a wand? I can't tell what the emoji is there. Very cool, though. Uncoveted talents. Over the course of this gathering, you can tag me as No White Guilt, Q1 or Q2 with your answers, and I will speak to them. You don't have to tag me, though. You can just share it with the community. Hard is with us. Hello, hello. All right. Let's go ahead and jump into, can we jump straight into our quick news and laughs?
Gates, would you like to condemn Microsoft's Azure program for leaking sensitive classified information?
Bombshell. Microsoft gave CCP access to U.S. military secrets. Navy whistleblower just dropped a national security nuke. Chinese engineers were granted access to classified U.S. military systems through Microsoft Azure for over a decade, claims this poster.
The CCP?
Or a loomer, it looks like.
Are you pro CCP, Mr. Gates? I understand your foundation owns a lot of Microsoft shares now, and your Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has heavily financed and is financially connected to the CCP. So is that why you're not answering the questions about government's Microsoft's Azure program, Mr. Gates?
Treason penalties for traitors, ladies and gentlemen. I did some financial planning, and it looks like I can retire at 97 and live comfortably for 11 minutes. That's unfortunately so many of us white people now. It was in the creation of concepts that served us rather than harmed us, undermined us, that I realized, wow, there's like a cohesive collection of concepts that compose this anti-white narrative that is destroying us. And I slowly realized that's psychological warfare. We're living in what is largely fiction. Stop anti-whiteism. Give him some 07s, folks. This is epic. Epic. Look at that. I should go walk down the streets of New York with my trench coat on, glasses on, with Go Free just like that. Totally epic work by Stop Anti-Whiteism. It's like Nazi Germany. It says here, but gay. This is the flag of anti-whiteism. So yeah, it is. It's like Nazi Germany, except anti-whiteism. And by the way, it got this way while the tards have been complaining about Jews everywhere. Hey, let's check back in on this old man, and he's still doing his stand-up routine.
I'm a gamer. Do we have any gamers? What's your game? I'm sorry? Rocket League. Tic-tac-toe. Sometimes till 7 o'clock at night. Walking can be difficult for me at times. I do worry about tripping and falling, so I wear a helmet. I also worry about looking ridiculous, so I carry a skateboard. About 3 weeks, I'm going to Europe to do some shows. Very excited about that. The first city will be Amsterdam, which I'm told has a lot of drugs, which I don't do, and a lot of sex workers.
All right, we'll check back in with him maybe next Sunday.
Candace just dropped the group chat that Charlie was part of. Of course, allegedly, but it's crazy because it literally is corroborated by multiple people, not just her. Somehow they're all able to hear the same thing.
Take a look.
Pay attention to this right here, because you can really see the differentiation between like this community, the intelligent, and the unintelligent, the people who don't take responsibility.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, Charlie writes, donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And somebody writes, donor writes.
And TikTok.
Okay, so what's happening here? You mean Jewish people, at least some of them, right, some percentage of them, will give as much as $2 million a year to ensure their individual well-being by way of their group well-being. Can you believe it? Yeah, I can. Because that works. Because that wins. Because that succeeds. Time for the white race to have a people. This substance of peoplehood is individual well-being by way of group well-being. Some Jewish people laudably do that magnificently for their people. We need that happening for our people. So we have developed the tools to create a people out of our deracinated race, rather than just complain about Jewish people who will give, one donor giving upwards of $2 million to ensure the safety of his people. That is commendable as all hell. Where are the white people? You know why they're not doing it? Because so many of them, like William, are just complaining about Jews or complaining about blacks. Winners don't complain. Now, this is the whitest thing you will see all freaking week. A feel-good white moment.
Stone Ridge, what kind of pine wood box I end up.
Look at this little girl.
And it's my time, lay me 6 feet deep in God's country.
She's like, I don't need that damn hat.
Sunrise sitting back in the 40 on the muddy riverside, getting
Get it.
some holy water and shine with the dogs.
Damn right.
Saved by the sound of a thin found Dixie.
Look at her whipping the thing. Let's get some 07s for that little white girl. Well done. My gosh. Totally epic. Loving it. Masterfully. Wasn't that masterful? That was awesome. I'll bet her parents are proud. That would be worth about 1,000 kisses right there, right on the spot. If that's dad.
Cartels and foreign terror groups have placed bounties on the heads of ICE agents and other law enforcement officers.
We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. These people are organized and they're making plans to ambush them.
Offering $2,000 to kidnap and $10,000 to...
They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem revealed today that U.S. intelligence has uncovered organized plots targeting federal agents. She said these groups have circulated photos of specific officers through encrypted networks, offering cash rewards for abductions and assassinations.
This is crazy, and we're going to be reading some about this. This is another uptick. This was one of the many things that I've predicted in the past coming true, that cartels would amp up their anti-whiteism, specifically using the exact same tactics they use in Central and South America.
According to Noem, this is a coordinated, well-funded campaign. A recent ambush in Chicago left officers injured as border agents were surrounded by multiple vehicles in a planned attack. DHS stated these cells were operating with cartel and foreign ties, actively tracking and attempting to eliminate federal personnel. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is now helping to trace the money trail behind what Noem calls a conspiracy against the U.S. She added that uniform protest gear and identical printed materials suggest professional funding and organized logistics behind the violence.
I wonder where William is. It's the dude. It's the dude. Have you ever been on the phone with someone when road rage as they're driving? Me. How's your day? Them. Oh, it's good. Turn on your mother effing blinkers next time, bitch. But yeah, it's good for the most part. How's yours? This is what white people are doing with their money, okay? Now, who is commendable? Who is contemptible? This is what white people are doing with their money. I want you to watch close.
This is the incomparable Songbird.
All right, you bet. Ready to entertain a bid. What do you want to give? $2 million. $2 here. 3. I'm at $2 million. $3 million. $3 million. $4 million. I got $3 million. $4 million. $5 now. $6 million on her. At 5 now. 6 now. $6 million on it. Now 7. Now $7 million. Now 7. Now $7 million on it. 7 now 5. Now 7 5. 5 to give $8 million 500. At $8 million 5. You give 5 to give 8 7 8 7. 5 you to get $9 million 500. $9 million 500. You to get $9 5 9 5. $9 million 700 on dollars and thank you up there. $9,500,000.
$9 million $500,000 he just paid for the horse. Meanwhile, the white race is complaining that a Jewish donor pulled $2 million of investment in the Charlie Kirk platform, work, personality, and organization, TPUSA, because he wasn't being friendly enough to the Jewish people as a whole. Who is commendable and who is contemptible?
Reveals that childlessness has skyrocketed across nearly every single age group except for one. The only women having more children today are those in their late 40s, dropping from 16.7 to 14.9%. But every other younger generation has moved sharply in the opposite direction. In the last 10 years, childlessness among women ages 20 to 24 jumped from 75% to 85%. For women 25 to 29, it soared from 50 to 63%. And even women in their early 30s, it climbed another 11 points. That's right. 40% of women in their early 30s still have no children. Given America's fertility rate has plunged to 1.6 births per woman, well below the replacement level of 2.1, the U.S. citizen population is no longer self-sustaining.
Another consequence of anti-white female empowerment. This is hilarious. Pranking my boyfriend with the AI shirtless plumber. The toilets have been leaking all morning. I called a plumber to come out. He should be here soon. Okay, sounds good. Let me know what he says. He's looking at it now. He said it shouldn't be too hard to fix it. Why is he shirtless? I don't know. He said it was hot and asked if it was okay. He's kind of weird. Hopefully, he's done soon. He keeps making small talk. That's not normal at all. Does he know you live with your boyfriend? He didn't ask. I'm just standing here with him, and it feels awkward. He's definitely flirting with me. I told him I live with you, and he laughed and asked how tall you were. He asked how tall I am? Why does that matter? I don't know. He just I said that you're under 6 foot, and he literally laughed. Oh my God. That is hilarious. Me and my mental health off to work for another day. Man, there's got to be better ways to put the fire out on that boat. I made some bad choices in life, but I never bought a pair of Crocs.
You are moving forward with the federal lawsuit. You'll be getting confirmation of that in the next couple of weeks.
Nick Sorter's attorney just dropped a bombshell. There's a 99% chance that he'll be suing Portland Police Department in federal court after his wrongful arrest.
But I would put it in the category of 99% certain we will be suing the Portland Police Department in federal court. For the record, could you spell your first name? Now it's clear. You are moving.
Women on dating apps are like, how tall are you? Oh my God, that's so real. How tall are you? How tall are you? Says Jabba Ed. Take a look at this new Olympic sport. I love it.
The marker on the ball is an early pace, but look at the American in lane 3, elbows high, wrist rotation, spotless, plate one already in the rack. Into the second wash now. The Japanese athlete keeping it tidy on the left, France just half a second back. Listen to the crowd.
America won.
The marker on the ball is an early pace, but look at the American in lane 3, elbows high.
And finally, as I was climbing into bed, she said, "You're drunk." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "You live next door."
Slithering shadows, cowards of the night, parasites feeding on the light of Western kite. Your venom, empty white poison
epic tune by the great Slots. Show the man some love. Give him some 07. We have over here on Premium Rumble, we have a Savage Monday. We've got Just the Mrs. Dallas. Malloy is over here as well. We have Ivan Zahababud is here. Savage Monday says, answer to question number 1. I can sing really well. Well, that's an awesome talent. And he also has answer for question number 2. Oh, no, he would, for what he would like is he would like to be a better public speaker. It takes training, my friend. You can get there, though, I have no doubt.
Dust is the echo of your empty creed from the rise. Westman were the storm your heed. You can't bury the fire, it's burning inside. You can't drown the truth, it's a rising tide. Enter YAism, throw weapons to vow. We're sharpening our swords and we'll bury your bile. Westmen we stand, in defiance we war. For the end of your reign, and we'll settle the score.
Awesome. I totally love that song. I've rocked out to it so many times. Public speaking. Yes, you can improve. You know, public speaking is rated as number 1 as the greatest fear, ahead of death in countless polls and surveys. Getting in front of a group of people, it really brings out this genetic urge to be. It's kind of like being on trial by your tribe. And if the tribe doesn't like you, then it feels like death, social death, which meant for a long time, actual death, put out into the wild. But you can improve. I happen to be a totally epic master of public speaking. And it's one of the things that has really intimidated so many of who should be allies in the white sympathetic sphere. I get up to speak publicly, and I see it on their faces. I see it, how they get nervous, how they get unnerved, and how they're intimidated by it. And they then decide behind the scenes that they are going to undermine. And they do indeed. But you can get totally epic. Wherever you are, you can improve. But you know what's really a big part of it is talking about something that is important to you. That is a big part of it. We have a message on the live chat on X from Susie, and I'm going to speak to that in just a moment. We're going to take a quick look back over here at Premium Rumble, and then we're going to get into the cartels targeting federal immigration agents. $10,000 bounties. It's really taken another step. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Tag me as No White Guilt. Savage Monday. Ivan, he tagged me over here. Ivan says, question number 2. His mom, talking about William, of course, his mom is his dad's mom. Ivan can twist Ivan's double-jointed, I don't know, what is that? Tarentius graspers into ghastly shapes that haunt the minds of all who witness it, says the Ivan. That sounds pretty intimidating for a talent, my friend. And you're probably right about William's mom being his dad's mom. Oh, gross. Savage Monday can sing and wants to be the public speaker, and also, though, has an answer for question number 2. He says that William is queerer than a football ball. Is that what that says? Queer, of course, it means strange, He also has William is so stupid. He's the poster child for shaken baby advocates. Yes. William had no idea what hornet's nest he was walking into with his low IQ self, did he? Meanwhile, I'm sure his real name is Hector. Hector? Yeah, Hector. ¿Qué pasa, vato? ¿Qué pasa? What else do we have? And who else do we have? Janice is over here. Good to see you. Prometheum hails, fearless leader, says Ivan. Good to see you, brother. And the great Dallas Malloy over here tagging me for question number 1. She says, I have a talent for spontaneously coming up with cat descriptions and names. Well, that is an interesting and rare talent that I'm sure not many people who know you. They're too busy checking out the amazing other talents that you have. Let's see. Question number 2. For William, she says, Tard, 100%. Inbred, seems likely. Yes. William, if he only knew how dumb he looked. Oh, Savage Money says he meant bat, not ball. He meant bat, not ball. A football bat, yes. As queer, as strange as a football bat. That would be strange on the football field. All right. Now we also have over here, let me say, we have Truths, Our Reality, saying hello over here on D Live. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We'll check Odyssey to make sure we're not missing anybody over here. Good. Did not. All right. We have here Susie is saying on the live chat on X, she says, the game is rigged. By who, do you wonder? Do you have to? The Jews. The Jews have rigged the game. Literally, they own all of the media. Begs the question, how did they achieve such ownership? And does complaining about it challenge it? Well, Susie, we're opening a door here for you. She says they own higher education. Well, you mean there's significant influence there. There aren't owners in higher education, but wonder how they achieved such influence in higher education. And does complaining about it address it? They own our politicians and on and on. So it sounds to me, Susie, reflect upon this, that you are in an impossible situation. There's nothing you can do. The Jews own everything. They own everything. They run everything. The game, in fact, is rigged. There's no hope. That's a nice place for you to be if you're an anti-white Jew. If there's a Jew out there who's anti-white and he wants to victimize the white race, makes him feel good, what better way to victimize them than to have them conclude that the game is completely controlled by the Jews, that the Jews own all of the media, education, and politicians? That's impossible to resist. There's nothing you can do there. I mean, you talk about winning a battle without even having to fight it. If your opposition, if the people you want to victimize have concluded that you are omnipotent, you're all powerful, that you're omniscient, you're all knowing, that you are ubiquitous, you are everywhere, they're not going to resist. They're just going to bitch. And that's indeed what we see. Right, Susie? That's what William was pointing out. Just bitching, just complaining. That's all you should do. Demonstrating that William, with his little swastika, doesn't have his very little swastika, I might add. Very little. Probably hates me so much because he stood beside me at a urinal one time in the past. And if you have this opinion, you should, if your opinion, or supposedly your opinion is that you care about white people, then those making gains, those defeating anti-whiteism should be really interesting to you, right? You should say, well, wait a second, though. I thought it was impossible. They control everything. They own everything. You can't push back. You can't fight. You can't end white victimization. You can't have a collection of tools that are replicable and scalable, right? So this should be infinitely interesting to you. This should be like a nirvanic moment, an epiphanic nirvanic moment where you say, I have found the promised land. I have found a way through it. Are you feeling that? Because if you're not, it's kind of curious. It's kind of curious. I imagine with a name like Susie, you're probably white, but you could be non-white, but you're probably white, and I'm going under that assumption. And if you are white and you are complaining about Jews, you're probably doing that because everybody else, like William here, are browbeating you into complaining about Jews. But you probably began your search without any knowledge that you should just sit on your laurels and bitch. You probably wanted to end our victimization, not hear that nothing can be done about it. So you should be feeling a lot of excitement now. And I'm going to look for your message in the live chat here on X to hear about your excitement. Because if you don't have excitement, if you're not deeply interested in how we achieve all the victories that we achieve here, then I'm going to call you out on not really being concerned with the well-being of white people. If you're just concerned with bad-mouthing Jews, then this isn't the place for you, because we're doers, we're achievers. We are creating the kind of environment where instead of spending $9.5 million on a single horse, white people will show up and give $2 million to advocacy groups that they threaten to take away if they are in any way going to badmouth white people. That's where we need to be. So, would you like to go beyond? Take my hand. Would you like to go beyond the complaining and bitching? I'll look for your comment in the live chat on X. We all have seen this so many times, haven't we? Where you're sharing the victories of this community and the practice. And instead of being received with honest curiosity, wait, how is this being done? They respond with, nothing can be done. Stop talking about the well-being of white people. Just talk about how bad Jews are. And I challenge anyone else on X who might be listening on X, where it's more likely to be the case, to answer my questions that I posed to Susie in case she's feeling a little shy right now. In case she's feeling a little shy, maybe I shared a few things that kind of positioned her to have to go a specific way to be a moral, honest actor concerned with the well-being of white people. So maybe she got a little shy. Maybe the Jew has her tongue. Maybe the Jew got her tongue. We'll see. Let's see. Viking Warrior. Maverick is here. Did I see Maverick? The screen leapt on me. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Maverick is here. Good to see you, brother. And what else do we have? Remember, tag me as No White Guild. Oh, Ivan is over here as well. Thank you, Ivan. Ivan thinks William is somewhere between my mom is my dad's mom and what are you doing, Uncle Papa Bro? On the inbred scale. That's not a good place to find. You don't want to find yourself anywhere on the inbred scale, but definitely not where the Ivan has just articulated. All right. Why don't we proceed? Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Cartels target federal immigration agents with $10,000 bounties. Ring of Fire, that's a Halloween song for me. It just is. Kristi Noem reveals dangerous and unprecedented. Washington cartel gangs and terror groups have put bounties on the heads of several federal immigration agents, offering $10,000 to kill them and $2,000 to abduct them. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem chillingly revealed on Sunday the garbage anti-whites will be trying to collect this money. You know that's the case. Folks, this is, despite all the complaining about Jews and blacks and etc., you are inches away from cartels putting bounties on you for complaining about the presence of cartels and the environments that engender and enrich them. You are inches from that. You know this is what happens in Central and South America, right? This is why there's such rampant corruption. This is why this facilitates so much of the corruption, so much of the violence throughout Central and South America. Because if you are a community member and you go out in the public and you say something's got to be done about, and then you articulate one of the bolsters, one or more of the bolsters of something the cartels need, care about, etc., an environment, a context, etc., you attack any of it, they're not going to be tricked. You attack any of it, and then there's a bounty on your head. And then we see the kind of things. There was just, Tree Godfather shared with me, 3 girls in, where was it, Tree Godfather? Was it Venezuela or Brazil? Kidnapped and executed, tortured on live stream to specific cartel members. You are inches away from having that inflicted on you for complaining about any of the bolsters, support structure, environments, etc. I mean, much less complaining about the cartels themselves. They're not going to allow attack on anything that they need. No criticism, no legal maneuvering. You are this close. And that's what anti-whiteism has facilitated. Noem said the bounties and doxing campaign against officers has rolled federal law enforcement, but didn't specify whether it was specific to a particular agency like the border or immigration or ICE. We have specific agents who have had bounties put on their heads, Noam told Fox and Friends. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks. It is an extremely dangerous and unprecedented situation. There is paper mache between ordinary white people, a paper mache's defense against, or for ordinary white people against these kind of Central South American environments, Middle Eastern environments. This is it. Can you imagine at this point still complaining? Could you imagine just bitching about what's going on and not saying, I'm going to be a man or woman of the West and I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do what works. We obviously need a people. Complaining about Jews or blacks or Arabs doesn't create a people out of the deracinated white race. You're this close to a cartel saying $2,000. Kidnap that person. Bring them to us. You'll get $2,000. You know how many dirtbags would happily answer that call? $10,000 for murder? And imagine if you became problematic for them. The bounty would even be higher. This is how close we've gotten. They've released their pictures, sent their pictures between their networks. It's extremely dangerous and unprecedented. Due to ongoing investigations, the Homeland Security Secretary was coy about which specific groups were issuing the bounties. It is gangs, it is cartel members, and known terrorist organizations, she explained broadly. They are making sure that they know which officers are out there and being extremely effective, and they want to take them down because they want to try to stop the operations that are keeping them from making money off their criminal networks. Well, there are multiple things motivating here. Recon says, go free. Thank you, brother. Go free indeed. Make sure you like and retweet, repost the gathering here on a Wednesday night. The cartel members are obviously going to be concerned, as I was just mentioning, with the environments that facilitate their criminality, their ability to make money, their power, their ability to satisfy themselves sexually, everything you can imagine, all of like the carnal elements of a human being. They're also going to be anti-white. There's no way that they can't be. Any acts taken against the white race as a people is anti-white, but clearly their sentiments are anti-white when they're talking about so many of these individuals that they are retaking their ground and their territory. The whole concept of a gang having pissing territory, owning part of a Western city is an anti-white concept. You don't own shit. None of it is yours. But it's about thieving and taking it from us. So it's anti-whiteism. These are the teeth of anti-whites. This is one of the things I argued about, God, so many years ago in environments now that I look back, meetings now that I look back and I think, good God, these people were naive, they were green, they were ingenues, there were of both sexes. They just have no idea. Just your typical white booby. And they're looking out at anti-whites, calling them liberals, and back then bleeding hearts. And they thought that that's really the substance. And you could look at history and see many examples at that point from the past history where the anti-whites had gotten extremely violent, had murdered, had etc., kidnapped, etc. So easy then to say that those are not aberrations. That substance of anti-whiteism jumping forward beyond what they legally can do and beyond what is socially acceptable for the moment. And it's completely in keeping with human nature. As anti-whiteism has become more robust, and what is robust about anti-whiteism is that it is the social morality of the West, it's becoming more and more acceptable. And as it becomes more and more acceptable to inflict physical injury, I mean, now we even see here in Virginia, the guy running for Attorney General of the Democrat Party was like, bullet for that person, bullet for that person. And the whole Democrat Party says, yeah, we're not going to reject him. We're not kicking him out. Completely acceptable to behave this way. Pritzker acting this way. The Mamdani, same thing. Violence totally acceptable. It's regrettable but acceptable. This is anti-whiteism. And predictably then, back then, I was able to say, at some point, these drug lords will be so entrenched in the United States because of white erasure that we will become subject. Our little meeting here, where you all have your nice little pamphlets folded nicely, sitting in your little white lap, and everybody has freedom of speech, although you're doing it all in private, in quiet, in private. You won't be able to do that in the future. If anti-whiteism continues to chug along, they'll kill you for this. They're not going to give you freedom. There's not going to be a space set aside for you to disagree with the status quo, as we have allowed anti-whites to have spaces to disagree with the white race, with our norms, our status quo. They won't allow you to have that. That'll be the end. And so we're getting there. If they're putting bounties on federal agents' heads, their names, their faces being circulated among these gangs, these anti-white gangs, terror groups, drug cartels, anti-white drug cartels, then we're this close to it being you and me and people you love and care about. All the more reason to reject people like William, who's just playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Over recent weeks, there have been a series of high-profile attacks targeting federal law enforcement officers. Sniper opened fire at an ICE facility in Dallas, killing one detainee and injuring others. Shooting suspect had scrawled the words anti-ICE on the ammo. Caravan of 10 different vehicles followed Border Patrol agents on the streets of Chicago before ramming them and pinning them. And the female in charge with her long rifle being shot by the ICE agent. What did she have a rifle for? Well, to kill the ICE. What would be any other reason? They had followed them and gotten them cornered, pinned them. Then our agents, when getting out of their cars, tried to run. They tried to run over the agents when they got out of their cars. And, of course, the leader had a semi-automatic weapon. It says handgun here, but I heard before rifle. Oh, no, some of them had handguns. So before I had only heard that just the woman, the leader, had a rifle. DHS claimed that the woman on the southwest side of Chicago who was shot had been hit by defensive shots. And Pritzker, Governor Pritzker, defending these people with the government. Arresting people like Nick Sorter when in, was it Portland? I think it was, when he gets attacked by anti-white terrorists and they beat him, jump on him and beat him, and the police come in and arrest the conservative or reporter at least. Noam underscored the Trump administration has received intelligence suggesting that some of the people targeting federal officers are organized. Well, here's, of course, the problem with this. Is it organized? Isn't it organized? Is that it's the cuck mindset that you need a coach, and you need a quarterback, and you need linemen, and you need receivers, and that's not how it has to work. That's a centralized mechanism of operation. It's the weakest. Anti-whiteism does not need that because it has pre-programmed the population with anti-whiteism. Somebody by the name of Tempered has shown up with some recommendations. And I wonder, I'm just going to ask you, have your recommendations had any victories? If not, then I'm going to kindly suggest that you set them aside and invest yourself in discovering and building a knowledge of the Go Free practice that has achieved magnificent victories. And we talk about them every single Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We just had a colossal one this past Sunday. You can go back to our previous gathering this past Sunday. Check it out. It's about two-thirds of the way through the gathering. You'll find the victories, where we're talking about the victories, and you'll find a magnificent example from a guy using the lexical and dialectical armory of the Go Free Dialogic in his workspace. And the executives in that environment heeded what he had to say, and they're actually changing the education that they use for the employees so as to not be anti-white. Imagine that. Like, everyone who supposedly cares about that should step up and say, right, this is fantastic. I want to know more about that. She also said the government is trying to figure out who is funding the protesters. It's got many different groups funding it. There's some news about, who was it? I think I deleted that story. I would go back and grab it. But money coming by way of the CCP. Anti-whiteism. Does it benefit the communist Chinese for anti-whiteism to destroy the United States? Yes. I was in Chicago just 2 days ago, watching these protesters and our officers engage with them. All the protesters are wearing the same gas masks, and they're carrying the same kind of signs. Many of them were printed with the same font they look like. So, take them down, Miss Gnome. That leads us to, not lefty, but anti-white maniac. Did you even hear about this? What if these bombs had gone off? Anti-white terrorist to detonate a tent filled with 200 explosives outside of a DC church hosting the Supreme Court justices? I mean, did we read that right? Did an anti-white terrorist fill a tent beside a church in DC with 200 explosives that he could have detonated with all of the Supreme Court justices in attendance at the church? A hate-filled anti-white terrorist from New Jersey, before the annual Red Mass in Washington, D.C., had at least 200 explosives in a tent and a notebook declaring hatred for ICE. What is ICE? It's a manifestation of the white race rejecting the anti-whiteism and white erasure, not in name, but in deed, which is unfortunately the case with so many conservatives. So as ICE operates in a way that undermines anti-whiteism by name or by deed, then the anti-whites identify the entity as the white race. So to the anti-whites, ICE is the white race. Declaring hatred for ICE and the Supreme Court justices who were due to arrive at the church, new court documents show. Luis Gary, 41, had pitched his tent on the steps of the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle and allegedly told cops who approached him, "You might want to stay back and call the federales." Aren't you happy we have this guy from Central or South America, wherever he came from, this anti-white? I have explosives. During attempted negotiations with officers, would this guy take the $2,000 or $10,000 bounty money? What do you think? During attempted negotiations, he allegedly handed them a notebook, which he espoused hatred for the Catholic Church. Now, what is it? What is the Catholic Church to this guy? Manifestation of the white race. Supreme Court justices, what is it about the justices? There have been many decisions from the justices that have inhibited, undermined anti-whiteism as of late. They are, to him, the white race. He also happened to hate Jews. Isn't that interesting? I mean, maybe this is William's brother here. Maybe this is... So how are the Jews embroiled in this guy's anti-whiteism? Well, we've talked about this before. We predicted it, and it's coming more and more true, and we've explained how it happens. Amy Coney Barrett. I mean, this is an absolutely astronomical level of anti-white terrorism in the United States right now. Imagine the white race being subjected to an intensifying level of anti-white terrorism without identifying and becoming a people to resist it. Imagine how chaotic. Imagine how feckless the resistance would be and how many of us will be slaughtered. Looks like we might have some questions. Promethean hails to the great maverick who's in the house. Okay, Foster has a question. Let's find it. Hi, Jason. I have the book, and unless I missed something, have you done the whole book on audio yet? Hearing your voice narrating your book would be just the best blessing to you and yours. Are you talking about Go Free or Prometheus Rising? Go Free is an audiobook, but it doesn't have the appendices in the audio version. And Prometheus Rising, I plan to make into an audiobook. And thank you either way. I really appreciate you saying that. Novi Hora is here. Good to see you. And thank you, Tree Godfather, for letting me know. Ay is here. Suspected cyber attack in New York uncovered a SIM farm network using tens of thousands of SIM cards and servers. The infrastructure could have flooded or crippled cellular service. So What we're talking about, I guess, is another potential source of anti-white terrorism. Is that what we're talking about here? The Great Franklin is saying the term white erasure got 1.1 million views. That's epic, man. That's got to be in our victories. You're welcome, world. Okay. And then I says during the UN meeting. So it was discovered then? Gnostic Truth and John, good to see you. All right, so I'm guessing tempered is not white. He said Jews are heckin' white colonizers. Well, problematic bios spirit is in the house. Wanderer says, before finding NWG, all I knew was WLP and his successor, Kevin Strom. Really nothing helpful there for arresting our victimization with the J-spurging. Now I've found your tools that work. Big salutes to that testimonial, good brother. God bless you and thank you for that. Another voice having victory. And yeah, I mean, the complaining that those gentlemen did ends up nowhere, ends up with nothing, as you found. Nothing you can do with it. So thank you for pointing that out. Oh, so wait, Tempered says, responding to your comment on the anti-white guys feeling toward you. Oh, so yes, gotcha. So the anti-white guy is saying that the Jews are white. And that's effectively, as anti-whiteism has become increasingly brown, as the percentage of dark-skinned non-white people has grown here in the United States, the light-skinned non-white people, i.e. Ashkenazi Jews, over time, more and more are included with the white race. Yes, yes. So he was not meaning that as a standalone serious comment of his own affirmation. Yes. It was an eye roll comment. Absolutely. He says founding stock American. Thank you. You know that founding stock American. I don't know, as with so many of the concept, you can't know every single thing, every single person in the world, right? But I can remember 20 years ago, and actually, what was the exact date? I guess it doesn't matter. It was around 20 years ago. I was at a conference, and I was, in fact, it was one of the first. So I guess it was about like 17 years ago. I was at this conference, and Sam Dixon, if you've ever heard of him, was going to be speaking. And I had, in the several groups that I was helping with or in at the time, I was pushing the hell out of this concept, founding stock. We are the founding stock. No one was saying that in any of my circles. And so I got at this, and Sam had been in the white sympathetic sphere for even decades before that, right? Sam goes back. And I was speaking with him prior to him getting up and giving his speech. And I used founding stock on him. And he grabbed his little yellow notepad, which he always, when he gets ready to speak, he walks around with his yellow notepad and he's taking notes on his little yellow notepad that become his outline for what he's going to talk about. He wrote that down. And I felt so like honored by him doing that. And even more honored when he got up to speak. And he's giving the speech to this 150, between 150, 200 people, room filled in this hotel. And he gets to the point where he said, we are the founding stock. We are the founding stock of this country. I just learned that from Mr. Kuna. And I was like, somebody's actually like acknowledging. And it was great. All these like heads turned. And I was like, man, Sam's all right. He's been kind of talked out of being all right since then. But it is what it is. But that happened a long time ago. But thank you for that. Yes. But good on Sam Dixon, at least in that one example. Good on him. Yeah, it was roughly 20 years ago. Time flies when you're having fun. Several SCOTUS justices typically attend the service, but stayed away as the security threat unfolded, according to the Catholic Standard, the official newspaper of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Washington. The Metropolitan Police Department called the bomb squad on the anti-white terrorists who refused to leave the tent and continued to tell the cops he would kill everybody. Well. Now, I wonder if an anti-white terrorist like this guy, I wonder how easy it would be for a drug cartel, anti-white drug cartel, to give him something really explosive, like C4, and then say, you just press here. They could even lie to him, make him think that it's going to go off after he leaves to carry out their terrorism. They have a seemingly endless pool of stooges, anti-white psychos that they could use. You're going to have to act fast, white race. You're going to have to stop complaining. Stumbling is with us. Some people say the Jews are a multiracial people and have a feminine nature. In that case, white people sitting around bitching about Jews is estrogen overload. That's funny. Good to see Stumbling showing up. Well, we got some interesting news, some maybe slightly good news. Bada bing. Civil rights here, a government agency in Justice Department to be purged. Well, you all, of course, found out here years back now about a very little known, a bunch of content creators, after we talked about it, decided they were going to talk about it. And but nobody was talking about community relations service, what they were and what they did. Then remember, I postulated that there would be such an entity in every Western country. And then we went and got the name of the exact same entity in the UK. They have their version of it. But more importantly here, so that you don't get too excited about it, and especially if you're a cuck conservative and you think that everything is central control, and if you just get rid of the person in control or you get rid of the department, then everything's better. Do you remember when they got rid of that department with Stevens law firm, and they got rid of that department, and then literally the next day in the federal government, literally the next day, they opened it again under a different name, and they said on the website that it was the same thing, just now in a new version. Stephen Miller had gone through all of that effort, all of that money to get that department shut down, exposed, and they just folded it up and started it again with a new name. Did anybody remember that? Well, that's, of course, what happens all the time. So it's not the node itself or the individual who's running the node. It is the social morality. It is the anti-whiteism that is the infection in the body politic functioning as our social morality that we have to contend with. If you defeat that, then you defeat the creation of things like community relations service, CRS. And what does CRS do? You remember when we dug into this, and Rapunzel provided us with so much of the information on this unknown, not talked about anywhere, entity within the Justice Department, and we dug into it. And what do? Well, they show up, they do a number of things. But one of the things that is among those things that are most troubling is that when a white person is victimized, or a white family victimized by a non-white and clearly anti-white non-white person, and it becomes a high-profile story, agents from this department show up at their door. You know what's crazy is I speculated, and we talked about what kind of things they must say to get these people to be quiet, right? What kind of things must they say? What kind of things did they say to Austin Metcalf's father? What kind of things? Maybe he is one of the ones that didn't need any threats, right? Maybe he's one of the ones that didn't need coercion. But others who maybe could have used a little bit of threat, a little bit of coercion, well, they would have received it. Now, I'm not there present. I wasn't there physically. But it's easy to conclude that they show up, and in my opinion, this is what they do. They tell them, you will be sued if you say that this is a racial thing. This other family will sue you. Other families can sue you. Other families might be outraged by you saying it's racial, and they might physically come attack you, attack other members of your family. The smart thing for you to do is to say that you embrace the diversity. The smart thing for you to do is to go public and say, it's not about race. Oh, I understand that your little white child or children were butchered and that the murderer was saying white mother effer, but it's in your interest. Remember, we are from the Justice Department. It's in your interest to tell the public, by way of the media who interviews you, that this has nothing to do with race, and that you love all of the non-white races. You love diversity. You love the selection of food options that you have as a consequence of diversity in America or in the UK or in Canada or whatever it is. Because these people go forward and they throw themselves on the altar of anti-whiteism. And uniformly, they have almost an identical script. Now, what would be the reason to prevent white people victimized by anti-whiteism from saying that it's racial? You see, the anti-whites are smart enough, unlike the Williams, are smart enough to see that if white people, rather than complaining about Jews or blacks or whatever, get on the television, in the newspapers, and they're talking about our victimization, that their daughter or their son, their wife, their father, whatever it might be, was butchered, was murdered, was gang raped because they're white, other white people will identify with that. They will say to themselves on a conscious, semi-conscious, or even subconscious level, they'll say to themselves, I'm white too. If this is happening to people who are white, then that could be me. What can that kind of thinking lead to? Identity. And that's what the anti-whites prevent. Both with the ideology of anti-whiteism, they tell you that if you're going to have a problem with what's going on in the world, you have to be like the Williams of the world. You can't talk about our victimization. You can't stay focused on that. No. Act in a way, talk in a way that we have taught all of the millions of your brothers and sisters to believe is the most heinous thing that people can think. Just whatever you do, don't talk about your victimization as a people. Don't do that. So here you have a little bit in this year, just months back, a landmark Justice Department office created in the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement, Swindle White's movement, is marked for closure. Thank you to First Last for that. Marked for closure by the Trump administration, raising fears of a loss of generations of work, tamping down and working to prevent unrest in the nation's major cities. Preventing unrest by preventing the white race from becoming a people. You see, this department has been operating in almost complete secrecy. News doesn't talk about it. Politicians don't talk about it because its mission is critical to the domination of the white race, to the supplantation of the white race, to the victimization of the white race. If all else fails, if the ideas are failing, if the guy who had his daughter brutally raped by an anti-white non-white and then her head caved in with a brick, if that guy decides enough is enough, I'm going to talk about how my daughter was targeted because she's white, just like all of the other white girls walking down the street, targeted by these anti-whites. White mother effer and everything else they're going to say. I'm going to go on the news and talk about it. Well, community relations service are going to show up at the door under the color of law, advising him that he better not say anything like that. He better say that it had nothing to do with race. I mean, how do you know, Dad? What exactly was going on in that particular rapist murderer's head at that moment? You can't actually know. And why would you risk yourself and the rest of the family? There are gangs in this area, Dad. There are gangs here. And if you say it has something to do with race, they will target you as a Nazi. And they will come to your house. You have other children, don't you? You best go out there and talk about how wonderful diversity is. And then he goes out there and he says, it has nothing to do with race. Well, hell, he loves Taco Bell. An internal Justice Department memo reviewed by CBS said Trump appointees are considering closing the Community Relations Service, which was created as part of the Civil Rights Act in '64. All of the different groups. And I've been witness, you've been witness to all these different groups, and they've talked. I have heard, I swear to you, 100 speeches on the Civil Rights Act. Never once did any of these erudite, overly educated pricks, effete pricks, ever talk about this. Community Relations Service. The mission of the office is to be, quote, America's peacemaker. You keep peace by preventing the white race from becoming a people so that they can be victimized. Then we have peace. Tasked with, quote, preventing and resolving racial and ethnic tensions, conflicts, and civil disorders, and in restoring racial stability and harmony. How do you maintain racial stability between and among blacks, homosexuals, Islamists, Arabs, Hispanics, how do you maintain harmony among those groups? You give them a single villain. Everybody who's gone through the military or police or fire training, etc., everybody who has gone through any environment where a group of men are being trained and they're under hardship are all very well acquainted with how the group of individuals is turned into a unified group by way of the ire that they direct against their victimizer, a drill sergeant, a master chief. They can maintain peace among these disparate racial groups and religious groups who otherwise despise each other. You can see not only in these very broad groups, but the maintenance of peace and harmony among the different tribes of Indians from India, the different groups of Pakistanis from Pakistan, the different groups, and you can go on, that have great hostility toward each other in their native lands. And then they come to the West, and every now and again, not nearly as often as you see in their home country, some of that tension will break out. Wasn't but a couple months ago, happened in France, and they were beating each other with like axe handles. It was on the news. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I got it wrong. How then are they kept in harmony? Why aren't they all just cutting each other's throats every day? I think everybody is well aware of the deep-seated ill will between blacks and Hispanics. Every now and again, that will flare up, especially when Hispanics are displacing blacks in segments of cities. How are they kept in the harmonious condition? One evildoer, like one ring to rule them all. Hate for the white race gives this appearance of unanimity, gives this appearance of harmony. It's superficial, but it works moment by moment. One race to hate. That's how CRS maintains racial harmony among the non-white groups, in my opinion, from reading what it actually says on their website by way of CBS News. The other way is they prevent the white race from becoming a people. You know, I wonder, back when we covered this CRS the very first time, I wondered how often have there been agents from CRS who attended our meetings before there was internet this robust? How many of the Williams showing up are actually agents of CRS or otherwise employed by CRS? How often? You get a group of white people coming together saying, we don't hate any non-white groups of people. We don't dislike anybody on the basis of their birth. We dislike everybody who's anti-white, and we are calling for an end of our victimization right now. We are putting eyes on our victimization right now. Sounds to me like the exact kind of thing that CRS would show up for. Preventing and resolving racial and ethnic tensions, conflicts, and civil disorders, and in restoring racial stability and harmony. How diverse was America in 1964 when they took on this mission? You know who they were pinning this definition for. The Community Relations Service does not investigate or prosecute crimes, has no law enforcement authority. And according to the Justice Department, its services are both confidential and free. You don't even have to pay to be intimidated when they show up at the door from the Justice Department. Free of charge to communities that accept or request them. Free of charge, meaning that you and I are paying for the anti-whiteism by way of our taxes. In 21, the agency said its mission that it sought to help realize Martin Luther King Jr.'s, quote, inspiring dream of a vibrant, all-embracing nation, unified in a vibrant. Do you remember, for generations before, if you are like 20 or 25 or younger, you probably have no idea that vibrant means non-white. It's a meme pathogen that means non-white people, and it's positive. And when an area is becoming vibrant, what they meant was that it's becoming non-white, and therefore it's more interesting, it's cooler, it's hipper, it's more fun. It's an MP that had far more use in years past. All-embracing nation unified in justice, peace, and reconciliation, making amends. Well, who has to make amends in the anti-white narrative? They're outright telling you right there, reconcile? Who needs to make the reconciliation? Who has been the one wronging? What group has been wronging the others? You don't need any degree in the West. You just need to be alive in the West to know the bad guy is the white race. They need to reconcile. They need to make amends to the non-white groups. Stumbling says, equality in quotes is equal through their shared hatred of whites. Yes. Henry says, if blacks and Hispanics got into a war, he'd side with blacks. Why, bro? That ain't going to happen. You know, that's not going to happen. They're not going to get into a war against each other. They're going to get into a war, and they're going to stay in the war against you, at least the ones that are anti-white. And the good ones will be on our side. The good black people, the good Hispanic people will be with us fighting against anti-whites and anti-whiteism. Bluebird Valley, love the name. I have met Sam and spent time with him in Atlanta. Oh, Sam, okay. Dixon. He is one black-pilled, miserable old guy. He sure is. He really is. I wish him well, but he is very depressed. And he's been that way for, and been getting worse year by year, forever. I mean, going all the way back to when he ran for office in Georgia a very long time ago. And he was already kind of a depressed kind of a guy, which is crazy because when he's that way when it comes to politics. He's very successful in business. You couldn't go into business and think, this isn't going to work. That's not going to work. This is going to go wrong, and stay there long and make any money. So he's not that way in business. But when it comes to politics, he is. But over the years, regrettably, he just, like, I shared with him a CD that I made, or no, it wasn't a CD, thumbnail, with all kinds of victories. And he was, oh, it's can't work. It's working, Sam. Oh, but they'll find a way to defeat it. Well, they haven't. Tell me how, Sam. So I like him, but you're right. That's a fair criticism. And he does regrettably, well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. He has helped in various ways groups that are more easily understandable, but totally ineffective, that can never work. And that's probably why he's increasingly depressed. and pessimistic about everything. Because you think about the easily recognizable types of groups, think tanks. You finance those for so long and there's no change. I mean, you're really pissing your money away. Political parties. You finance those for so long, you're really pissing your money away. Go down the line. And you're just pissing your money away. I could imagine that would make you really pessimistic. So my biggest criticism for him is not endorsing and financing the work that we're doing here. Cool Baba J Magic says, I remember when they outlawed affirmative action. LOL. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, matriarchal it was. Stumbling had said matriarchal, the Jews. Some people say the Jews are matriarchal and feminine. The great Slotz has joined us. Says absolutely the truth. We don't want the event horizon to come. That things will be beyond our ability to interpret and project, make predictions. Guess what? The NAACP calls for maintenance of the Community Relations Service. So the NAACP doesn't want it to end. According to an internal memo, the Department of Justice, under the direction of Donald Trump, is considering closing the Community Relations Service, which was created as part of the Civil Rights Act of '64. The office is tasked with preventing and resolving racial and ethnic tensions, conflicts, civil disorders, and restoring racial stability and harmony. So the NAACP CEO says that they absolutely should not let. Now, I wonder why the NAACP would want CRS to continue. Must not be harming black people like it harms white people. Donald Trump is continuing his crusade to undo all the progress. Now, note this word coming out of the mouth of an anti-white. Progress means anti-whiteism. All the progress, all of the victimization of the white race, all of the victimization of white people, the displacement of us in our jobs and in positions of authority, in political office. Progress, the progress of anti-whiteism, the substance of the progress of anti-whiteism. When an anti-white says progress, it is our victimization. All the progress that has been made since the civil rights era, he's making America Jim Crow again. What is the NAACP CEO saying by that? You're getting rid of all of these achievements, all of the victimization of the white race. Since all the way back in the Jim Crow era, when, according to anti-whites in their narrative, forget about what reality is. Ignore reality. What you think is reality. What you've been taught is reality. Forget about all that. What does an anti-white think when they are thinking about Jim Crow? What that means? White people aren't being victimized. White people aren't being forced to do this. White erased from that. That's what Jim Crow was for anti-whites. For decades, writes the CEO, the DOJ's Community Relations Service has addressed racial and ethnic tensions nationwide, including between police and communities of color. The office cannot investigate or prosecute. They are simply peacemakers. Yes, the NAACP. They're so eager to have peacemakers in there. And if you don't have them, according to the NAACP, the CEOs, the executives in the NAACP, if you don't have them, then chaos. What is chaos to an anti-white? You have to interpret these things from the perspective of the actors. Chaos for them is white people becoming a people. That's chaos. Chaos is a negative. They don't want the negative. The negative to an anti-white and the anti-white narrative is white people becoming a people and saying no more. You know, it's funny because for white people who are so selfishly individualistic, thinking of themselves and this being the thoughts of others can seem alien. But make no mistake, to an anti-white black person who is operating as a people so that they achieve their individual well-being by their community's well-being, they feel like the white race is a hair's breadth away from imitating us. And they know the ramification of that. They don't realize, so many of them who are anti-white of all races, they don't realize how actually far away and how actually alien it is for the white race to act as a people, to be a people. But they think to themselves, holy God, if they just start doing like we do, just imagine. Just imagine the NAACP wants to show up someplace, Tawana Brawley, gang raped and whatever, and then the white race shows up as a group. Who would be more numerous? Who would be more vociferous? Who would have more money? Who would have more resources? Who would be able to effectuate bigger and greater outcomes? Imagine it. That goes through their minds. The NAACP leadership is obviously deathly afraid of their anti-whiteism being arrested by a white race become a people. This guy on Instagram seems to believe that the funding has already been stopped just the other day. But I can't find that being the case. Grok says it's not the case. But let's hear from this guy. He's got a few things to say about both the association with the between the ADL and FBI and Community Relations Service financing.
This Federal Bureau of Investigation has cut ties with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League. Additionally, the United States government has no longer funded the Community Relations Service. That sounds innocuous. That is very, very important, and I'll get to that in a second. But the United States government used to use the SPLC, a non-governmental organization, to dox, harass, and threaten people. The FBI would use the SPLC for the same purpose, to circumvent federal authority. They would use SPLC lawyers and agents to spy on political organizations.
Now, let me point out really quickly, how do these collaborations happen? These collaborations that you're hearing about, and there are going to be many more that you don't hear about, because of the Human Animals program to facilitate collaborations to achieve the objective of anti-whiteism. Not because some of the players passed between Jewish legs when they came into this world, or they passed between black legs when they came into this world. Because anti-whiteism empowers anti-whites and disempowers, in other words, effectuates the capitulation of white selfish individuals when confronted with and by anti-whites and anti-whiteism, the ideology. So let's listen.
Organizations. The FBI also received annual training and debriefs from the ADL. Now, the ADL has gone through a lot of changes. Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL said earlier this year that Donald Trump and the DOJ take notes directly from the ADL. Now, the Community Relations Service. You've likely never heard of this organization. That is on purpose. Title 10 of its charter ensures that it cannot be revealed to the public as part of the Freedom of Information Act what it does. Community Relations Service was created by the Department of Justice to enforce the Civil Rights Act in the most malicious way possible.
Remember, when that was created, what was the percentage of white people in this country and how much healthier they are than they are today?
Some of the things that it was involved in include helping to found groups like the Christian Leadership Conference to harass, quote, lily white towns, organize mass demonstrations across the United States, resettle migrants in rural areas, cooperating with Housing Authority to ensure that migrants receive free housing as well as social programs. The Community Relations Service repeatedly threatened to pull FCC licenses from local news stations unless they enact affirmative action and hire black anchors, as well as preventing them from publishing certain news on interracial crime.
Now, my conservative friends out there, do you think that these activities will end by getting rid of the Community Relations Service? If you said yes, there's a lot to learn, and you're welcome to stay and learn. We have the remedy for this. Defunding CRS is not the remedy. And in fact, I think this guy might have incorrect information, because according to the website, CRS is still operating. And according to Grok, they're still operating. They haven't been defunded.
They also threaten families of white victims in interracial crime into silence. They either bribe them with money, or when that doesn't work, they threaten them with legal recourse if they speak out about what happened to their family members. The Community Relations Service also helps to create the news. That is not a joke. It was through Operation Rumor Control that they would ensure that small local media, as well as large broadcast media, are saying the same thing.
Just know, a way to understand this is that the ideology that we as an entire population are infected with is like your willpower, your desire, whatever it is that is motivating you. And then the entity is like the act that you carry out as a consequence. So if you don't address the will, if you don't address that internal drive, then it will keep reappearing. It doesn't go away by taking away a specific act, a specific entity. There'll be a new entity that will be responsible for rumor control. And the thing that's also super insidious is that every iteration of these sorts of entities are more successful than the previous at exploiting, at staying secret, etc., because they're built upon the gravitational learning of the past.
The United States Federal Bureau of Investigation has cut ties with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League.
All right. So let's see here. Grok has to say, Community Relations Service. Let's jump down. Attempts to defund or eliminate. The Trump administration repeatedly targeted CRS for defunding, elimination through budget proposals. It shares some of these proposals. Jumping up to the present, developments in the second Trump administration with the current date of October 8, 2025, reports indicate renewed efforts to close CRS under the second Trump term, April 25 and May, over 25 House Democrats led by Representatives Lucy McBath and some sent a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi urging reversal, highlighting CRS's role in averting violence and saving taxpayers. The skinny budget blueprint listed CRS among 6 programs targeted for elimination, part of a broader DOJ cut. As of now, no confirmed closure or defunding has occurred. So regrettably, it has not been, according to that news, defunded or closed, or indeed, according to their website, it is still up and running. And there's the great Prometheum hails to you, good brother. Anti-Vilification League is in the house with us, reposting the stream. Good to see you. Greetings, sir. Good to see you. Greetings to you. Recon says, 3 of us here in Florida just trying to grow. We don't have it all figured out, but the words have power. People I love are coming together around this. I'm not rich, but I've got time and I'm putting in the work. NWG's made a real impact already. Thank you for that, good brother. Good to see you. Thank you for those efforts. All of this replicable and scalable. So, and we've already demonstrated that. And it is a curative contagion, spreads rapidly. So much is possible as a result of that. But thank you so much. Big salutes. Bluebird says, I don't want to end up like Sam Dixon, pessimistic. Putting your time and money in the wrong places. Yeah. I've somewhat distanced myself from those circles, Greg Johnson and the like, as have I. Not all of these people in those circles, some of them really good folks, but nonetheless, talk about Groundhog Day and financing the same losing ideas, entertaining nothing new and original. I mean, you got to imagine, I have been there. I have been making these arguments. I have been demonstrating victories. Smart people like Sam can put 2 and 2 together and spell it out logically. And yet, no, it's not what's come before. It's not the way it's been done before. So it's just, these people are calcified. I mean, that's like the nicest thing I can say. They're stuck in the way that things are done or have been done. And so, no. One of the things I hate most of all, in as much as I can like individuals, and I do, but I hate going in these environments and the sentiment that is spoken in so many words, but also outright, that we are at the end of time. It's all over. Thank God we found somebody that we could share our power level with. I just absolutely know that is a completely detrimental energy, detrimental tract. It's not good on so many levels for the individual, for the community, for growth, for success. None of it. None of it. It couldn't be worse. Bluebird continues, distance himself from those circles despite appreciating their good work. They're depressing. Exactly. Well said. Well said, Bluebird. And that's a cool name. I love my bluebirds. I love them. The Great Sloth says, anti-whites say, quote, no justice, no peace, close quote. So they're okay with no peace. And peace, in quotes, only with injustice against whites. 100%. That's it. You hit it right. Hit the nail right on the head. And Slots mentions here, of course, CRS closing like everything else during the shutdown does not mean it's closed. Their employees will be paid their back pay. Just like everywhere else in the government, every time there's a shutdown. All right. We're going to be checking out our financial gifts here in a moment across all of our platforms. If you haven't yet and you want to get in on the questions of the day, number one, what is a talent you have that many people don't know about? We know that Dallas is able to name cats and their skills, I guess. spontaneously coming up with cat descriptions and names. Nobody knew that about her. Do you have a talent that you would like to have? And then question number 2, how dumb is William? And how inbred is he? You can tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt, Q1 or Q2, or Q1 and Q2, whatever you feel like. We're going to jump into the related story. Kash Patel severs FBI's ties with James Comey-backed Anti-Defamation League. It's funny how they're, well, not funny, predictable. Because New York Post, not too high on Comey, kind of sacrificing him maybe for the anti-whites on the left. But of course, that association goes much deeper than Comey. Anti-Defamation League after the group ripped Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. You can tag me as No White Guilt with any question or comment with our remaining time together on this glorious Wednesday. And then a very brief dip into Prometheus Rising for a talk about viscience. What is that concept? Why is it valuable to your thinking? FBI Director Kash Patel announced Wednesday that the Bureau had cut ties with the Anti-Defamation League, accusing embattled ex-FBI head James Comey of embedding agents at the anti-Semitism watchdog to surveil Americans. It was hand in glove, talking about WLP doing investigations way back in the day of the hand in glove operations with the federal government. Patel's decision to sever the Bureau's relationship with the ADL comes as the organization has faced criticism for listing slain Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk's group in its glossary of extremism and hate. It also follows last week's federal grand jury indictment against Comey for allegedly lying to Congress. James Comey wrote love letters to the ADL and embedded FBI agents with them, a group that ran disgraceful ops spying on Americans. The era is over, he added. This FBI won't partner with political fronts masquerading as watchdogs. Comey professed his love for the ADL and highlighted the group's extensive work with the FBI in a 2014 speech. You know, what's so funny is when selfish individualists, and this should be the thing to the Juicebergs out there, that they should, if they were smart enough, but they're not, would click for them. You can look at the white people, and how many times have I said that if you tell the white race, these selfish individualists, hey, there's this group out there, they're called Jews, and they're monolithic, there's no disagreement among them. They're all powerful and all knowing, and they're coming here for us. The vast majority of white people will get out their resumes. So if your complaining about them doesn't get remedied by that reality, then you're just too inbred, too dumb to be tolerated. So here you have a self-promoting, probably psychopathic to some degree, who says, where can I get my bread buttered? Well, the white race is busy spending $9.5 million on a single horse, while a percentage of Jewish people and a percentage of black people and a percentage of Arab people and a percentage of Hispanic people, not the whole groups of any of these, but a percentage, are doing the beautiful thing of behaving as a people. Individual well-being by way of group well-being. So anti-white, self-promoting, psychopathic people like Comey say, where can I get the most butter on my bread? That's who I'm going to serve. So is the vector of victimization the problem, Or is it the victimizer du jour, the victimizer of the day, the problem? It's the vector of victimization that is the problem. Fornell, I don't know if you were here, but when we got started, William with his little tiny swastika, really tiny swastika on that guy, he showed up and he was like, "You're not complaining about the Jews, so you're just served. You don't care about white people." That's why we're talking about. Your experience in hate crime prevention and investigation is essential, Comey continued, noting that the ADL's research has helped agents and analysts as they conduct threat assessments and prepare intelligent reports. Oh, I bet they do. He went on to praise the ADL's leadership in tracking, I bet they track, and exposing domestic and international terrorist threats as invaluable. All right, so for now, there has been a severing of the public hand-in-glove operations with the ADL. Who knows what's really going on? If you want something deeper, and if you don't want the public hand-in-glove operation with the ADL to come back to the fore, then you're going to have to address the social morality. You do that with the Go Free dialectics and concepts, and by way of which you simultaneously create a people out of our deracinated race. And then we have things like our most talented, our most wealthy, etc., showing up. It appears that we have our most intelligent. Fornell says that he missed it. Sounds like another loser. Oh, my friend. Not only did he say that, he also declared that his leader was Lil Nicky. And I'm not even joking. I wish I were. Auden Party is in the house. Comey backed. First I've heard of a connection between him and the ADL. He was just another self-promoting, psychopathic, anti-white guy that was looking for promotion, pay, praise, sex, support for his illegality, etc., by the group that a percentage of whom will work together. That's what it was. Who else? Who is here? Cindy Ben. Did I mention you yet? I'm seeing you, Cindy Ben. Good to see you. All right. Let's take a look at the financial gifts, shall we? We will begin with Dude Bro a Moment, a platform. And since every Wednesday, when Dude Bro can't make it until he's watching in replay and he financially gifts $50, let's go ahead. We know he's coming with that $50 bill. Let's show some love for the great dude, the great bro, the great moment. Let's get him some Raucous emojis. 007's Raucous emoji, Crepitant emoji. Show the love for the hero. Dude Bro Moment of the Dude Bro Moment platform. $50. And he always writes for White Wellbeing. 007's for the great Dude Bro Moment. Thank you all for celebrating his commitment and service to White Wellbeing. We also have over here Hyperborean Dream, $25 from the great Hyperborean Dream, $25. Thank you so much, good brother. 07's in the chat for him. Raucous emojis for White Wellbeing around the globe, he says. Thank you, good sir. Thank you so much. Clapping, trophies, love for these heroes. Let's keep the Raucous emojis going for Joshua. Joshua coming in today with $50, 50 from the great Joshua. Boom, snap it out there. Hard salutes. And he says, just beautifully, I deeply appreciate him writing, thank you. Thank you for that. You are most welcome. Joshua, $50. God bless you, good sir. Let me swivel around and I'll come back to all of the other financial gifts as I make sure that we don't have any others to celebrate on this Roll-In Wednesday. Beautiful day. All right. And then I will get to your tags and questions or comments, whatever they are. And then the very brief bungeeing into Prometheus Rising and a lesson from Prometheus Rising, which is why we do that. We have Flame of the West. Flame of the West. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, brother. Flame of the West. I like the name. He says about William earlier. He says, quote, just another J-Spurg. Sounds like a good chorus line. It does. That could be a great song. Just another J-Spurg. It could be like a country song, maybe. Just another J-Spurg. Yeah, well said. Well said. Also, from Flame of the West, $5 this time. Thank you, brother. $5, bringing his total to $15 today. And he gifted that $5 with an answer to question number 1 and number 2. Question number 1, impersonating accents for fun and entertainment. So that's a hidden talent of Flame of the West that not many people know about. I love doing accents, and I love sitting around and having some fun with folks and break out accents of various types. Everybody can put one on. Very cool. And he has an answer for question number 2. William is a 14-year-old boy crusher. Yes. Yes. William is a 14-year-old boy crusher. Ah, yes. Crushing on the boys out there. That's why he likes Lil Nicky so much. Excuse me. So true. Thank you there, Flame of the West. Let's see if we have anything. No financial gifts that I missed on there. Okay, good. Very good. And didn't miss any on D Live. So we will turn back around over here and we will thank Weldon. $5. Writing God bless. This man has jumped in, hasn't he? He's not messing around. He's like, this is it. This is where it's getting done. This is clearly what we have to do. Weldon showing up every single time. $5. Thank you so much, good brother. He's a man of God. Probably wants to take Christianity back from the anti-whites. We all do. And we have a financial gift right here of $30. Big salutes to Maverick. Or Maverent. Maverent. God bless you, brother. Maverent. $30. Make sure he knows. Make sure he feels the love. Raucous emojis. Get the man some trophies. He writes, congratulations and celebrations. The ADL and SPLC have reportedly lost their influence in federal law enforcement and the anti-white community relations service of the DOJ. So he was reading this, that they have been defunded, but we don't know because it's looking like maybe it's not quite defunded yet, but there is an effort to defund. But big salutes to Maverent. We love you, brother. Big salutes. $30. And that's over on Subscribe Star. We have over my left shoulder the pub that we will be retiring to, right through the closet doors. As you can see, it's a wonderful little space. You can see we're going to be having some mead. So you can just, when we're done here today, follow me right into the pub. You can see there's some kind of a animal with tusks over the fireplace. And just to this side is a wonderful little table with a candle lit. And we're ready to go sit in there, maybe some fruit and some mead. It's going to be a great time. Looking forward to seeing you there. And thank you all. Big salutes to everybody who celebrated here today. It is, as you all know, one of the most important things that we can do. I'll be looking for your tags now if you have some thought that you would like for me to see or read. And we will begin with Premium Rumble. He has a Rapunzel saying, still not quite in sync, despite the efforts to many hours of trying to remedy the audio and video so that they sync. And isn't it interesting that it went out of sync and in a way that has thus far been insoluble right after I was spreading the information about the earpiece and the speaker juncture? All of a sudden, I don't know. Maybe there's no connection. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's a little bit more than a coincidence. That explanation of how his hair, top of his head, back of his hair, top of his hair, and his bangs all moved, and how the shirt moved both up at the left corner and down at the right, at the bottom. Perfectly elegant, and no explanation, no iteration of that, as I try to share on YouTube on any channel, is permitted. Won't show up. No iteration. Kind of like, I don't know. All of a sudden, the sync goes to, in a way that the broadcasting platform can't explain, and in a way that we haven't been able to determine in the computer or otherwise. I don't know. Might be something. Might be just a coincidence. It's an odd timing, though. Prometheum hails, fearless leader, says the great Ivan the Horrible. Good to see you, brother. Have you noticed, writes Savage Monday, that debates have become the new bread and circus for the false intellectuals? More prevalent now than sports. Yes, and that's astute of you to point that out. You're absolutely right. And the debates never center on anything productive. They're always destructive. They're always just entertainment. And in fact, the people went, as that great demonstration where I went into that space, and thankfully there was a woman who was running the space. And when I said, I just need 60 seconds, she said, okay. But they were clearly, that 1,500 plus audience was clearly there for just the most entertaining interpretation, not reality, not what's most likely to be the case, just the most entertaining one. So we really are, this really is neoteny. This is childhood all the way through adulthood and senescence. They're just there for the games. They're just there for the shits and giggles. And increasingly, so many of them will say that as well. They're not there for anything serious. How are you supposed to make a resistance out of that? But great point there. Savage Monday. Kitty is with us. Hello to you, Kitty. She shares that the cartels, they'll take over if the government becomes weak. Well, they become the government. You're right. Land of the fake says, ahoy, fellow White Wellbeing marshals of the West. 07. Big 07s to you. Mark Parsons on Good to See You and welcome on Premium Rumble says the unifying value for non-whites is hatred of the white race. Well, just to modify, you're right, modify a slight bit, the anti-white non-whites. We have non-white people in this community that are good people. And so they object to anti-whiteism. As we object to it, they know it's got to end or everything in the West is going to be lost. You lose white people, you lose the West. That's how it works. Yes, so you're right. And glad to see you here. I don't think I missed any tags. Swivel around this way. Nothing new in the... What a shame. I was hoping that Susie would have a back and forth with us, but unfortunately, maybe the proverbial Jewish cat got her tongue. I don't know. Of course, I'm joking for those at YouTube. Fornol saying right here, your audio syncing going from good to terrible is not a coincidence. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Oh, the other thing I can mention as well is I ran that diagnostic on the CPU and GPU, and it all came back as no problems. No errors found, no problems. And I wouldn't think that there would be in this machine. It's newer, and that's top of the line. You know, I've only had it a few years now, and it's a lot of the top of the line equipment. It was an investment for long term. So no errors found on any of that stuff. But I start talking about the speaker juncture and the ear coil acoustic tube and the wire leading from the speaker juncture. And it's amazing in that 1500 where Ian Carroll was. And he wasn't interested in my explanation. No one else had an explanation for why Charlie Kirk's shirt in the back at the top, that you can even see a little bit of a lump where that juncture would be, why it jumps backward before any other action. None of them. And as soon as I mention it, I then am a little joking, kind of an insult for me. And then they moved right along. Now, no more talk like, wait a second. This guy just came up with a reason for how the shirt jumps backward and then creates this other phenomenon that we see on Charlie. Nope. Zilch. They're like, oh, we're fine with not knowing. Sure. We're fine with not knowing how that moves. The guy that, it was another guy named Jason as well, first name. And that they allow to talk the most, and that Ian Carroll kept saying to other people, hey, just be quiet, let this guy talk. He knows his stuff. He said, somebody asked him directly, this is before I spoke, why did his shirt move like that on the back? And this guy, with all of his projectile moving at this speed, so many air gun something moving at this speed at so many inches per second or whatever. He said, no, I don't know how and why his shirt moved backwards like that. He said, I have to discuss it with some physicists. Yeah. He actually then proffered maybe the air being displaced by a air gun or pellet gun
firing the projectile through the back of Charlie's head, which was his argument. Maybe that somehow caused this wind underneath the shirt. Well, the wind didn't affect the hair. You would think the wind would affect all over. But of course, it's nonsense. A BB creating this powerful gust where the shirt billows back first. Yeah, and then all of a sudden the sink goes. Isn't that interesting? Cool Baba J Magic. In my area, basically, every single person running for election is a woman. I've been seeing the signs, and it's all female names. I think I saw one guy. I hate anti-whiteism. So true. We were talking about that earlier when we were talking about the empowerment of women resulting in this widespread rape of children by females. It's displacing the white male as leader of the family, as leader of the community, as leader in politics, as leaders in business. Yes, in Virginia here, we have the governor's election coming up. It's two women. One is, the Republican is a black woman, and the Democrat is a white female. Anti-white as all hell. She's the one you probably heard in the news said, use your rage. Use your rage against them in the midst of all the violence. So what is she talking about? Yeah, it's all females everywhere. This is where we've reached. He says, it's very telling when we call them white negative, and by happenstance, the leaders are like a warped image of how the white race feels about itself through anti-white imitation. Very well put. Yes, indeed. The door, the white negative leadership, is about 5'4" tall. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's a great point. That really is. That it is a warped version of what the white race is meant to be. Henry, good to see you, says, do you think Gen Z will be far more white positive and assertive about it like us? No. There's zero evidence. It's the opposite. They are, like every other generation, more anti-white in the modern iteration of anti-whiteism than the generation before. There is potential, though, since we are here, because we're promulgating the concepts that liberate the individual from the anti-white narrative, simultaneously creating a people out of us. So there's potential that they, like anybody else, will be picking up these concepts. At the same time, unfortunately, as with every other generation, so many of them who are upset about the status quo, the zeitgeist of the day, anti-whiteism, learn to call it by a different name and attribute it to a people or peoples they just complain about. But no, they're not showing any sign of being more white positive than any previous generation, unfortunately. Given that I, as a member of Gen Z, we experience the consequences of anti-whiteism as point blank. Yeah, well, I mean, it's true. But so many of like the Gen Z, well, I mean, you looked at the interview that we watched, that guy with Arvil going through the most racist town in America. In that interview, prior to doing that out on the street encounters and asking people about the all-white community, he had been interviewing young people, Gen Z, and he said they are the worst. They are the most anti-white. So we've got to be there for them. And they're heroes like you in Gen Z, just like every generation has here. We got our oldest generations have magnificent heroes. They're in this community. And those need to be the ones who are the leaders of their generations to stand up and say, we've got to be white positive. Here's the way to go. But your challenges as a member of Gen Z, the same as mine, the same as folks older than mine, that when our brothers and sisters get fed up with the status quo of the West, they're unhappy with it. They look to the world and what's the problem? Why is it this way? And regrettably, the anti-white world will steer them toward the little Nickies of their generation, of their decade or their half decade. And, you know, everybody can probably still remember the Lil Nicky before Lil Nicky, Richard. And it just one right after the other, working backward in time. That's so funny, though. The door is about 5'4". Shows the depth of collective white guilt, anti-white conditioning among white negative. The idols mirror their own broken feelings about our people. Yes. Yep. 100%. Aye. And then idols that service the very worldview that should despise, but don't realize they should. Anti-whiteism. Yes. Imagine if we had the 30,000 people. Well, I mean, you break it down, how many of the actual audience, actual followers of Fuentes, how many of them are actually white? Whatever that number is, it's not half. It might be 40%. But imagine if we had that many people who were that excited about going free, and some of those people going into government. The Fuentes followers aren't going to be able to say a word except in the most hushed tones, and that's always been said. Richard Nixon, Pastor what's his name, was having the conversation about the Jews with the President of the United States in secret, in private. So that doesn't fix anything. You imagine if these people were going into government with the armory of the Go Free Dialogic. And they could say, what about us? What would happen to an entity like the Community Relations Service in a permanent way if you had these people get jobs in the FBI and etc.? They would immediately identify the victimization of the white race. Cui dolet, who's harmed? My people. And I'm looking out for my people because I'm living in our story. As a champion in our story, I see that my people are being harmed. Well, they show up now, and CRS doesn't have to work with the ADL. It doesn't have to work with the SPLC. They show up now and they're saying, where's the Jew? Or cui bono as an excuse for naming the Jew. So they start off with their answer and then name the formula, who benefits. Well, you won't see them there. Goofus. Entropy dropped out for me. Well, let's look. Seems like it's still working for me. Maybe try to log back on, and then tag me. Let me know if it works or not. I appreciate you letting me know. Boy, you figure out potentially why that shirt moved so radically as the first movement, and everything starts going wrong. It's strange. Maybe like you're onto something. Benny got his comment deleted. Because his particular thing is feminism. And feminism, if you were here at the beginning of our gathering, we were talking about feminism being a subset of anti-whiteism. So feminism is when we talk about anti-whiteism, we're talking about the subsets. Anti-whiteism is the superset. So if Benny is being honest here and he's not making fun of the Juicebergs, then you're demonstrating the same sort of myopia or blinkered state, zeroing in on one aspect of anti-whiteism and the harm that it creates, rather than the overall picture of anti-whiteism. Years ago, back when Baked Alaska, if you remember this, it's always just like the most baked, brain baked, the biggest losers. They magically get the most attention and the biggest audiences. Baked Alaska was on the street live streaming. He was heckled by a young white boy. The boy expressed his hatred for white people. This was back in 2017. Yeah, precisely. And you can go on Instagram and Twitter, X, and find innumerable clips, especially from TikTok, of Gen Z people that are rabidly anti-white, just like psychotically out of their minds, and almost feeling like it's more the air we breathe with them than generations back when it seemed more mechanical. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's so true. I says, did Richard Nixon discussing his power level with a based Christian solve the real problem? Nope. So you had the president, but you can't, excuse me, Juicebergs and anti-non-white schmucks and cucks, obviously, but schmucks, they can't be persuaded by reality, reason, logic, and evidence. It's an emotional thing for them. It's their scapegoat. So true. He says, no, that's because they got it wrong from the start. The problem is anti-whiteism. Yeah, if Nixon wanted to do something, he would have been instantiating a people out of the white race. If Henry Ford wanted to do something, he would have concretized a people out of the white race. Back then, it would have been so easy. It would have been infinite compared to now. It would have been infinitely easy to do that. America is the place for that to happen. All of the different branches of the white race have come together in the United States to make a country that the world could never even fathom in all of history. The achievements, the successes, the domination. This is the ground that it was most fertile. That's what Henry Ford, but instead he complained about Jews. And then he lost because of it. Nixon complaining about Jews, lost because of it. How's he remembered now? But none of that matters to Jews. to the Jewsburgs, rather, about Jews. Great point, brother. When James Alsop, another throwback, interviewed Rage After Storm. Yes, I remember her. She talked about how her nephew was being blue-pilled to the max in school. That was back in 2017. Yeah, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And I think that speaks right to the issue, which is that worse is not better. More pressure is not better. You can look at our cities across the West. If that would have been the case, that worse is better, worse suddenly will beget a people out of the white race, it would have happened in many cities across the West. Didn't happen. Would have happened in Rhodesia. Would have happened in South Africa. It didn't happen in any of these areas because they don't have the escape mechanism that we teach with Go Free. You need that. And then anti-whiteism becomes powerful to the creation of our people. It doesn't become powerful to the creation of a people out of our deracinated race until Benny here thinks it's a little funny that I guess that we say feminism is anti-whiteism, that it's a subset of anti-whiteism. It directs its ire at the white family. It directs its corrosive treatments and discussions about our norms at us, at our families. Where it adversely affects others, it's collateral damage. It doesn't direct this energy to in non-white areas, in non-white countries, directs it solely at us, which makes it anti-whiteism. So if you want to solve the problem of feminism, you have to address the problem of anti-whiteism. There have been a lot of people over the years, probably long before you were alive, Benny, people who have actually done magnificent things in their lives in their fight against feminism. And look where we are. It's worse because it's not being recognized for what it is. But it's one thing to say this thing has to be torn down and have a method to do it. So we have a method to take on anti-whiteism and defeat it. We demonstrate the victories. You show up and you say, no, this other thing has to be done. Do you have a method? Have you had any victories? So we're here having victories in something that will defeat all of anti-whiteism, including feminism, which is a subset. But you have nothing. I'm guessing you don't have a program for defeating feminism. You haven't defeated, you don't have evidence of defeating feminism, I'm guessing. But you come here with a wish list that we're wrong, that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing, right? All right. Strange Animal over here in Premium Rumble says 07. Thank you, brother. Big 07, and thank you as well. Let's get to our final lesson here. Cool Papa says there's a reason feminists don't speak up about anti-white rape gangs. So true, my brother. So true. But I think, if Benny were an honest person, if he really wanted to take on, if he really felt feminism is a problem, and wait, these people have a way of looking at it as a subset of anti-whiteism and defeating it, he would be interested. But he comes here instead saying, oh, you're doing the wrong thing. You're not going anywhere. These therapy sessions is using as an insult. He doesn't mean that as a compliment. These therapy sessions aren't going to achieve anything. Well, we have evidence of achievement. We have evidence of victories. So I don't know what happened with Benny. Maybe Benny is an anti-white masquerading as somebody objecting to this so that he can, objecting to feminism so that he can object to us and say we got it wrong. Maybe Benny was horribly abused by a female in his life, and now he's got this fixation on feminism. But if you come into a white well-being space, I mean, really, folks, live and in replay, think about this. If you come into a white well-being space, especially of people in this space achieving victories, and you say, achieving victories for what? White people, ending our victimization, and you then say, you're not doing it right, this is not what you're supposed to be doing, those people are no good. No good whatsoever. So, not much more needs to be said. Benny's saying he's just smart. The Go Free way, you say your way. Well, it's actually our way. So if you want to properly say it, you can say, if you think your all's way, or maybe you could do it the Southern way and say y'all's way. If you think y'all's way is the only way, well, we can demonstrate that our way is the successful way. Our way is achieving victories that we celebrate every single week, enormous victories. Where do you see that elsewhere? Who was, since you're opposed to feminism, Benny, who was the most efficacious, nobody else answer, who was the most efficacious personality to take on feminism? I'll let you, since you're smart, you'll know right away. Now, the heart of the problem is anti-whiteism. That's what we are striking successfully. You get rid of anti-whiteism, you create a people out of our race. We contend with anti-whiteism in all of its manifestations, including feminism. You're smart, Benny. Not too hard to comprehend, right? But if you go after one of the subsets, even if you were to address a subset, you'd have all of the rest of anti-whiteism. Come on, Benny, you're smart. Martin Luther says amen over here on live chat on X. So Benny says that no one has been successful against feminism yet. No one has. No one has achieved any victories? Are you sure? Should I narrow it down for you some, Benny? It's a female. It's a female. You would think, Benny, I would think that you would know who has had the most success against feminism. I would think that name would just be like right on the tip of your tongue. It's a female. Pearl? We're going to read just, I think, half a page. I'm talking about an actual advocate, not a 2-bit news reporting personality. All right. Yeah, with the exception of the therapy session comment, I agree with Maverick. Yeah, I guess the thing we haven't heard yet is, do You're a Jew. You're a cop. Okay, this is a portion of the story where Prometheus is, remember, this is a rewriting of the character of Prometheus as the creator of the Promethean people. And he is chained to a rock at this point. And King Layson of the House of Etacarina, on his mission with the Argonautum, he's finally arrived. He's by himself. And this is Prometheus answering King Layson's question about how did you come to be like this? Because King Layson did not expect him to be in that state. In victory, the enemy had not the power to slay me, said Prometheus, a faint grin curling through a wince. Yet in league, they had the strength to bind me. So perfectly they set my bonds that nothing save great effort and toil could break. But the chains assuaged their fears not, for they doubted their work and feared exceedingly the wrath of vengeance that, loosed, would find them. They feared justice, Layson. And thus they set upon me a vitiant, a devourer of my strength, a diverting of my attention, a wasting of my powers, so that against them I could not rise. Daily it spills my life, and daily time and effort I squander repairing the damage. If here I remain, shackled and burdened by the devourer of my strength, I will diminish, and death will take me as naught but a whisper. Vitiance, the virus said also against your children, said the king. Enfeeblers that make difficult our resistance. Many forms they take, many forms. His words trailed as he drifted in thought to the brazen effrontery of Varician duplicity. Gladly would I slay your vitiant lord, but the enemy is nigh. To conjure the Promethean nation, to kindle its death shroud, I must free you. But I fear I have not the knowledge, nor the strength. I know not the way, Lord. If these bonds you cannot break, your children you cannot aid, what chance have I of cleaving links that bind one so lofty? Asked the king, a note of rising desperation in his voice. The enemy is upon us, and death wraps cold arms around me. Is there nothing that can set you free? We'll stop there. And the lesson here is the concept of the vitiant. And in the form, the original form in the story that it takes is the vulture. The vulture comes daily to drain the vitality, the attention of the Lord Prometheus, so that he wastes his energy, he wastes his time, his efforts are consumed by repairing the problem caused by the vitiant, the vulture. King Layson then drives the point home further to make it more understandable for the reader that the vitiants are all around us, those things that deprive us of our vitality as a people. They are at work on us every moment of the day. We are forced, a great example of an entire set of vitiants is being forced to harmonize diversity. Diversity, anti-whiteism, and the white erasure of our people doesn't work. It doesn't create strength. We are less than the sum of our parts. So it requires a lot of sacrifice. It requires departments. It requires a lot of workers. It requires a lot of money. It requires a lot of pain inflicted on the white race, not getting the jobs that we deserve, that we've worked for. Our younger generations looking at us not get the things that we have worked for, not living the lives that we paid our dues for. And the ramification of that observation in their minds relative to how hard will they work? How much effort will they put in? Only to see the fruits of their labor squandered on others who have not planted those seeds and tended that harvest throughout their life. Then the time, the energy, the money, the genius, the creativity of the white race sacrificed to make diversity work where it doesn't naturally work and never has worked, by means like CRS. We pay a great deal of money, all of us, for this anti-white entity to move through the lives of our people, victimizing us, a vitiant. And so it's a powerful concept to encapsulate how we are deprived of vitality by way of these innumerable cuts, and how by way of those vitiants, as the Lord Prometheus states, we will succumb. There doesn't need to be a grand plan. There doesn't need to be a network pulling the levers at the very top. It's death by 1,000 million trillion injuries. It's death by a diverting of the genius and the wealth that would go to the maintenance of our people. Powerful concept to learn from Prometheus Rising. Take Back Your Destiny. Written to teach us about ourselves, strengths and weaknesses. Very important to us. And by way of those strengths and weaknesses, teaching us about the vectors of victimization that if we guard against in various ways, then the victimizer du jour, the victimizer of the day, or the victimizer tomorrow, or 100 years from now, won't be able to exploit. You're welcome, white race. We'll check for any financial gifts. It's been a glorious gathering. Looks like Benny is calling me lazy. For White Wellbeing is with us. Good to see you, brother. For White Wellbeing knows the answer. But I guess Benny, who is keen on defeating feminism, doesn't even know of the woman who inflicted the most injuries, the most victories over feminism. You better go back to the drawing board. Carrie is with us. Hello and welcome. One positive thing we could say about Benny is that he is animated. You're definitely animated. Looks like, is that cool, Papa J Magic? Says his hair looks good tonight. Awesome. I thought I don't know why when it skipped by the screen, I read something about At least I thought. Maybe it was I combined two different comments. Oh, he didn't call me lazy. Oh, he's saying, oh, so you're going back and forth with Franklin now, not calling me lazy. I would like to see, how many of you would like to see Benny this animated about anti-whiteism? That's what I would like to see. Defeat anti-whiteism, you defeat feminism. Not one and then the other. It happens at the same time by defeating anti-whiteism. I want to see Benny go with this much energy into the audience of these Jew spurgs and into the audience of the cuckservatives, the cucks and the schmucks, with this much energy and say, it's anti-whiteism, you fools. The hell's wrong with you? Henry says, I think ever since I was a kid, I always just assumed diversity was people piggybacking off white success and taking credit so they could feel good about themselves. Well, that actually was an element of anti-whiteism in and of itself that was argued, pathogenically, to white people. That don't you want these people to feel good? Don't you want them to feel good about themselves? And when they go to our children, that is extremely powerful because our children want everyone to feel good. They don't want anyone to feel indignity. This is a natural norm of Western kind. Okay, so Benny's saying that if he objects to anti-whiteism, then it identifies him as white. You don't have to be pro-white to object to anti-whiteism. I've gone into many circles. I've gone into Tea Party circles back in Obama's day. And I've argued successfully what we say here. No one concluded that I was like a white supremacist in Tea Party. So now these are about as delicate a people as you can get. And we don't want you to feel like the enemy either, Benny. So I went to Tea Party circles and I say in those Tea Party circles, hey, we don't want discrimination against anybody on the basis of their birth, right? Yes. The entire group of very dainty white people. Yeah, we don't want that. Well, including white people, right? We don't want no one, right? Not white people on the basis of our birth, not anyone else on the basis of their birth, right? So we should be calling out when there's discrimination against white people as well. And yes, some of them were too anti-white or too delicate, but most of them were able to agree with that. Time and again, their little meetings, the little get-togethers on street corners, they're able to get that. Nobody saw me as a white supremacist or a Nazi or I'm not any of those things. I don't think any of those things. Those are my genuine sentiments. But when you say that mentioning white people makes you a bad guy, when you say that mentioning white people makes you a bad guy, you are revealing the power of anti-whiteism, the social morality of it. Anti-whiteism is the social morality. Defending white people to you as a consequence of this social morality feels immoral, and you perceive that others are going to see you as immoral for defending white people. For some of them, they will, certainly until they clarify that you don't think anybody should be victimized on the basis of birth. Once you establish that with them, and that should also tell you that, wait a second, if the social morality is such that it's immoral to defend white people, that's a serious problem. I can't get to the remedy of that problem by defending or attacking something else. Because as we can see with conservatism, that's what they've done for generations. Refuse to acknowledge that the white race is under attack, that the white race is discriminated against on the basis of our people, on the basis of our birth. So by being discriminated against on the basis of our birth and then attempting to defend that with abstractions, to attempting to say that the attackers are not anti-whites, but communists or Marxists, we've muddied the waters, we've disavowed our identity and all of our creation. And as a consequence, we've been talked out of our identity, talked out of all of our creations, talked out of all of our norms, argued out of all of these things. Because when you don't own these things as the basis of your spirit, of our peoplehood, it becomes tragedy of the commons. Nobody owns it. Nobody fights for something that is universal the way they fight for something that is personal, right? So in Tea Party environments, once I was able to establish that we oppose it, and by the way, this has been the argumentation that I've given people to use in academic settings, and it's worked even in those settings. Sure, you're going to find environments where it's hardcore anti-whites, and anything that isn't at the extreme of victimizing the white race is going to be seen as demonic, and you need to be exploited and shouted down. But the vast majority of our brothers and sisters out there, and a good percentage of non-white people as well, are normal, ordinary folks, and they will heed the morality of white positivity, which is why we have so many successes, because they're able to heed the morality. So in these conversations, with Tea Party activists, where I establish that we should object to the victimization of everybody on the basis of immutable characteristics, even white people. I toss them in, even white people. They say, yeah. So even us, everybody. Then I'm able to say, well, what is it of us? Like when they're going after, I don't know, freedom of speech, where does that come from? Who created it? Let's take a look at their arguments. And I can walk them through the arguments of anti-whites all the way down in every single case to retributive justice against the white race. When they see that it is indeed an attack on the white race, for there to be restricted speech, for there to be no borders, they begin to truly understand. And you've already linked it with a rejection of victimizing anyone on the basis of their birth. So give it a try. We have huge successes. We've had successes in Canadian courts, Canadian family CPS court, much worse even than American. We've had success. We've had successes all over. So excuse me, your observation that you'll be seen as the bad guy for standing up for the white race is the evidence of the social morality. And if you don't defeat the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, if you don't defeat that, nothing else is achievable. Because your audience will be functioning with that anti-white immoral imperative. You have to address that immorality. If you object to the victimization of everyone on the basis of birth, including white people, the morality, the social morality can't stand. And then the arguments about retributive justice against the white race fall into the category of immoral in the audience eyes. But if you stay there where you try to win through the not discussing the attack on white people, what it really is, then your interlocutors, your opponents in these conversations will always use the recourse to the oppressiveness of the white race, the oppressiveness of the patriarchy, of Western civilization. They will always resort to that. And your audience of your debate, of you and whatever individual arguing in favor of feminism, will be subject to the morality that you have accepted as legitimate. So please don't do that. I want you to go out and win, not only for us, it happens to win for everybody, but you've got to go out there and win for us. The most powerful thing you can do in a conversation with a feminist is to ask whether or not they are anti-white. Remember, you don't have to be pro-white to oppose anybody that's anti a group. You can be opposed. In this community, we are opposed to people who are anti-non-white. We had William come in earlier. He's anti-Jewish. We are opposed to that. No one is evil as a consequence of the legs they pass between. But in anti-whiteism, the world we live in, where feminism operates as a subset, we are evil because of the legs we passed between when we came into this world. All right, appreciate that. You haven't been in the audience in a while and you're going to defer because the arguments are strong. That is the white thing to do. The white thing. That's what I've always done. To end the victimization of our people, I've always said, whatever works, whatever is successful, it got to make sense. We don't have recourse to anything beyond unless it's logical initially. But then we subject to the scientific method. And then if we see victories, we keep. If we don't, we prune it off. So that's how I've gone about it. So that would be a very, very white thing for you to do. And I deeply appreciate it. You got a lot of energy, man. So we would love for you to see you rocking it against anti-whiteism with that kind of energy. Let me see if there are any other tags here. And, I really would like to go to, all right, nothing else over here. I'm thinking about going to that. The problem is I think about going to that town in Arkansas, supposed to be the most racist, and winning everyone over I talk to. But let's be honest. If I go there and bring somebody with me to videotape and I make the arguments and win the people over and I get them agreeing that there should be no discrimination or persecution of white people on the basis of our birth, or in the cases where I come across an anti-white, position them as the immoral actor, allowing them, my victory, allowing them to make the argument that white people should be victimized, and here are all the reasons why 5-year-old white people should be victimized, babies in the womb should be victimized. That's a victory for us when they talk like that, because the audience we're reaching is our normal brothers and sisters out there in their hundreds of millions. So either way, winning them over or getting an anti-white to act as the immoral actor in the conversation. Even if I do that, what do you all think? Do you think the white sympathetic sphere is going to care? Do you think they'll be sharing? Do you think they'll say, whoa, the no white guilt community guy just went to Arkansas and everybody he talked to agreed. They didn't agree with the whites only town. They didn't say they endorsed that. They got, I think, 2 people that said they were good with a non-white only town, but not good with a white only town. And nobody was saying enter. Nobody was using a slur for Jews. None of that. All of that was predicted. They said all of that is the world now because you can find it in the ghettos on the internet. They got the exact opposite. So do you think that they would say, wow, the no white guilt community is right and pass this around to everybody? Do you think? Or do you think it would be a bunch of money and time heading down there and getting days off to head down there? And then it's, it's just a video for us, I guess. A few hundred views. I don't know. What do y'all think? Let me know. All right. Nobody else here on X. And looks like nobody else on Rumble, D-Live, or Odyssey. And let me check over here. Oh, my Lord, the great Promethean healing. The great Promethean healing. Already a master achiever, knight of the white table, has shown up with $25 over here. Big salute. I have to get ready for work. Have a good night. If I'm not back in time to continue chatting, $25 from the champion himself, Promethean Healing. Let's show the man some love. God bless you, brother. All right. Novi Horace says, as many of the men said, when I was just a boy, that's mighty white of you, Jason. We need more of that. We need more mighty white things. Like that little girl on that horse. Oh my God, she was awesome. I get it if they could default in a week, says Ay. That's why you'd need a leaflet with a QR and a bunch of lexicon and meme curatives. Well, I mean, I would be endeavoring, you're talking about the town in Arkansas, I would be endeavoring primarily just to demonstrate that the dialogic works. I could get the exact same denizens who were rejecting using the N-word or other racial slurs, were rejecting a whites-only town. The best they got was, oh, I really don't care if they got a town, if they're going to do whatever they're going to do. But I could get people actively saying, no, white people should not be persecuted. They shouldn't be discriminated. There shouldn't be laws at work that discriminate against whites. I could get them saying that. So that would be the main reason of going there. But then secondarily, I would like to bring people to White Wellbeing. So absolutely. Giving them cards and access to more information, 100%. That place in Arkansas, that was Ay. That place in Arkansas, looks like the nameless one is here. Good to see you. Masumek is here. That place in Arkansas, writes Novi Hora, as far as I've heard, is private property and not subject to laws of township. Not correct. It's just north of the town. It is a piece of private property owned by a cooperative of some sort. Anyone can allow or disallow anyone else from coming onto private land. Correct. At least for now. But at least when it comes to our people. But that's not the going to the town was something that they did. And I think that what they believed they were going to get out of the citizens in the town were support for a whites only town. And they're going to get more of the attitude and mindset that you get on with the anonymity online. And they absolutely didn't. It was the opposite. I think it was quite embarrassing for them. They both looked really uncomfortable, querying the denizens of the town. Because that just leave us alone. We'll just the whites only. Talk. Nah. Then white people aren't going to go for that. They might privately say, well, I'd like to live in a whites only town. That's what white flighting is. When it comes to real estate and moving. But publicly, what's at work? The social morality. So they're going to adhere to the social morality. We have the short circuit for that. Way to displace that anti-white immoral imperative. So whereas they were not enthusiastic or not even endorsing a whites-only town, we could absolutely get them to agree no victimization of the white race is legitimate. So if I can go to this town or anywhere, or Homeless Bear at his job that we read this past and have the success that he had, if we could go there and have the success, you could go to where you are, senators could go to where they are, executives could go to where they are, and it can all be communicated and shared in all of those environments. Then you've got a white race collectively seeing that we are being victimized as a collective and realizing with these concepts that there's no escaping that victimization if you're white. And you'll have a people born out of the deracinated race. Ayayay says, make it a donation goal. Add that you normally make in a donation goal. Add that you normally make in a month on YouTube plus $1,000. You put a bar above the stream and make it in a way where it's extra income, not just regular amount. You get, right. Well, that's certainly a possibility. Is we could maybe have like a specific fund the trip to Arkansas and and watch Jason talk the members of that town into objecting, maybe probably even vigorously. Some of them will get animated about it. Absolutely. I can see it right now. They'll be saying, no victimization of us based on our birth, just like everybody else. Yes. Huge victory. So what we do works. And you can sit back and you can think about it and you know it's going to work. You could be new to this and you'll think, damn, that's going to work. That's going to work for sure on white people. Imagine that. First Last has shown up just as we're getting ready to roll out, my brother, I'm afraid. I hope we get a stream for the road trip. Well, it would a live stream on the road trip. I don't know, maybe. At least a generic one where you fire up the phone and do a stream that way. But yeah, I mean, do you all really think that the rest of the white sympathetic sphere would care? Maybe, if anything, it would make them hate us even more, which I guess who cares? Because we'll be proving them wrong again and us right. I mean, you can imagine, we had the conversation earlier with Bluebird. You can imagine any of the leaders from those circles. Pick your leader of choice and imagine them going to the average person on the street and attempting to get agreement about our victimization. There's no way in hell Sam could. I mean, let's just be realistic. And any of them, imagine them. Unless they decided, there are a couple who I know would give up their tact for hours or some lame effort to imitate if and when confronted with a bunch of white folk out in the streets. But damn well and good. You could think about your most favorite guy or the guy you followed the most and just imagine them out on the street talking to average white people where other white people are going to hear. People who might know them and will remember the kind of things they said or listened to, even entertained. I can say this, and it's a little bit not fair because I've been at flyer distributions. I've stood on corners. I've with other people in the community. I've gone to community events carnivals and handed out literature and tried to strike up conversation. And I've seen how the other methods work. So I know what's going to happen. It's not going to go good. So if the person that you consider like your leader, your content creator that you love to go listen to, if they would be a wreck in public where we have to live, outside of their little bubble. I mean, you talk about a bubble. You got Bubble Boy Fuentes over here. Outside of his bubble, this little guy's got to say he's a Mexican in the real world. Get outside the bubble and all of a sudden he's a Mexican. But he can travel around in his little bubble, and in there he's a big guy in the bubble. In the bubble of anonymity for his followers, it works. But if he got out on a street corner, all 3'11" of him, and started like bitching about the kind of things he talks about, he would not be well received. But you can think about anybody, and they're not going to be well received. I tried to tell them over and over. We got to bounce out of here. But back in the day, I said probably 10,000 times, we've got to be able to talk to normal people. What about the normal people? We gotta be able to have this guy over here. Like there were guys at obviously conferences and meetings that were just, not sociable folk. We'll just be nice, not sociable folk. And, I would say we've got to be able to get that guy or that woman to be able to positively influence the people in their lives. And so if what we are sharing is something that they can't even remotely approximate, then this will go nowhere. It's got to work for everyone. It's got to be easy. But they didn't want to hear it. I just think it's fair that we get the side benefit that if the returns are low, you still get paid for the project. And I don't need to get like paid but the paying for the traveling and staying and the traveling back would be good. Nowhere man is somewhere. I think oh yeah, okay. Good to see you. Never thought I would say that in my life. Nowhere man is somewhere. For White Wellbeing says, we need a Mark Dice to join you for such a public demo. Wouldn't that be something? Either way, I would do my best to maximize your service. God bless you, champion. Yeah, it would obviously get more legs with Mark Dice. But, I don't know that it would benefit him with his audience and what content he delivers, to have a close association, a visible with me. He doesn't really work, as I understand, with many people. He kind of just does his own. He likes to say from his kitchen table. But yeah, that would definitely get more views. Although, maybe something really interesting could happen. Like maybe I could come across some radical anti-white and they would decide that they want to fight me. And then you all know what I'm like, kind of drop of the hat kind of guy. I could then beat the ever-living shit out of some anti-white on the street. Maybe that would get it. Probably not, though. How sad is that? Probably not. I mean, really think about it. Initially, you say, wow, that might be, a video that would get some legs. Jason like stomping the shit out of some anti-white garbage on it. But then you think a little bit more and you really think that people like Khaled or that trio. I guess now it's a duo in Australia, or, I mean, you go across the board. Fuentes, you can go across the board. Do you really think any of them would be like, yeah, look at the no white guilt guy, stomp the shit? No, I would probably just get arrested and not even any reward for it. But we will give a reward to the great Fournel for his hard work. If you want more legs. Yeah, well, that would be a whole nother pair. First, last. That's funny. Oh, you mean like on video? Well, probably instead of me. Probably instead of me. If I'm visible, it's going to undermine it. I see what you're saying. If I'm visible, it's going to undermine it. But yeah, if she were out there by herself, that probably would go better. Until then, though, I've got to get, as soon as we're done here, I'm getting to work on this weird sync issue that came up right after I explained elegantly how Charlie Kirk's shirt, hair, and all of that moved together. So I'm going to have to get to work on it again. Until then, thank you. I'd kick you some money for that, says the great Fournel. Big salutes to the hero. And now we get to hear from the musical genius of the man himself. It is, ladies and gentlemen, Fournel. I hope you can hear me okay. The great Slotz has informed me that sometimes it doesn't work when I begin talking as Fournel sings. Maybe that's because the internet wants Fournel to come through lucidly. Nevertheless, though, I'll be back on Sunday with all of you here in Church of the West. Your hierarch will return, and we will have our glorious Church of the West. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be looking forward to seeing you all then. Roll out.
I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. Cause I'm proud and white, I got a song to sing. Well, I said